Chapter 35-13. Hidden Fog Island. Lin Ling naturally sensed everyone's jealousy. He smiled bitterly because he didn't expect Yu and the others to be so popular. However, other people's jealousy was one thing, but Lin Ling wouldn't refuse to acknowledge his wife just because of fear. So, he also held Yu and the others' hands and walked towards the Snow Wind Academy. However, how could the people from the other 5 great academies allow Lin Ling to come and go as he pleased? If Lin Ling took away Yu and the others in front of them, then what face would the 5 great academies have left? Wait! At this moment, someone finally stepped out and blocked Lin Ling's path. Sir, what kind of man are you to hide behind a woman? Furthermore, another person walked out. These two were both experts of the Shen Air Hall and had illustrious reputations. After they walked out, many people laughed excitedly because they could sense that Lin Ling was going to have a good show to watch. Scram! However, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently, but he didn't even look at them. Scram! Everyone laughed. Their laughter was extremely loud. Only they knew how powerful the experts of the Shen Air Hall were. Lin Ling actually told them to scram. In this way, no matter how good their mentality was, it was impossible for them to let Lin Ling go. After all, if Lin Ling was a little more polite and spoke with a better attitude, the other party wouldn't be so angry. However, Lin Ling directly told the other party to get lost. Scram! The two exchanged glances with one another before they shook their heads and burst out laughing. They were both martial progenitors, but Lin Ling was asking them to piss off. Just as they were about to speak, a light flashed in front of them. Lin Ling had already made his move. The two of them were stunned at first, and then they became furious. That was because this unknown fellow had actually attacked them, and he had even attacked them. How dare he do that? The two of them exchanged glances and were already prepared to see how Lin Ling would die. The crowd gasped. Not only did he ask them to scram, but he actually took the initiative to attack them. Even if Yu and the others pleaded for mercy, it would be useless. Boom! Lin Ling's attack was very simple. It was just a light bump with his shoulder, and no one cared about this bump at all. Because when one reached their level, without powerful ancestral power and extraordinary talent, everything else was nothing but paper. How dare you bump into us? Be careful, your shoulder will break. The two of them snorted disdainfully and didn't use any means to defend themselves. Boom! However, when Lin Ling's arm bumped into one's shoulder, a loud boom. It was as if that person had been hit by a meteor and was shot into the distance at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. The others? Just as he was about to shout, Lin Ling's arm slammed into him. Boom! The sound of space being shattered echoed as the other person's robe was instantly torn apart. His expression was extremely serious, as if he had encountered a mortal enemy. He even summoned his family's heirloom armor. Ka. However, the armor cracked under Lin Ling's attack. My family heirloom lion god armor. The student let out a pained cry. Then, like a shooting star, he shot into the distance and disappeared without a trace. One had to know that this student was an expert of the Shen Air Hall and an emissary of God. But now, the emissary of God had been sent flying, and the armor that the god had rewarded him with had been shattered. Yu's husband's strength was too terrifying. Who is he? Why is he so powerful, but I've never heard of his name. Oh my god, I can't even see his moves clearly. TSK, with such strength, could it be that he's an expert of the third hall? Everyone who wanted to watch a good show was dumbfounded at this moment. Duan Tianzhan from the Duan clan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Ling with a grave expression. The most ironic thing was that even now, he still didn't know who Lin Ling was. On the contrary, the people of the Snow Wind Academy were used to it. Lin Ling was the number 1 in the Shen Air Hall. If he was not powerful, then it would be strange. Teacher, why did you gather at the hidden fog island? Lin Ling led Yu and the others towards the Snow Wind Academy. Regarding this mission, to be honest, he didn't really care about this kind of thing. But since he was already here, then he would stick to it. The purpose of this gathering on the hidden fog island is to have a martial Dao exchange. Since the hidden fog island is not a trial for new students, there are no requirements. The teacher from the Snow Wind Academy looked at Lin Ling and said. Although it was the first time he had spoken to Lin Ling, but he had seen how strong Lin Ling was. So that's how it is. How long will it take? Lin Ling asked again. About 3 months, I guess. The teacher immediately replied. Lin Ling nodded. To him, the hidden fog island could be a part of it. But since Yu and the others were participating, then Lin Ling planned to follow them for 3 months. Lin Ling, are you going to represent the Snow Wind Academy? The teacher asked again. Of course. Lin Ling did not hide anything and replied immediately. That's great. The teacher immediately became happy, and so did Zhuang Yanming and the others. This time, the students from the Snow Wind Academy participating in the Hidden Fog Island were from the Shen Yi Hall, the Shen Air Hall, and the Shen Air Hall. Among them, the Shen Air Hall was the strongest. But since Lin Ling was also participating, then the strongest in the Snow Wind Academy would definitely be Lin Ling. Have you found out? Who is that person? Yes, the son of the devil, Lin Ling. I heard that he is the number 1 in the Shen Air Hall of the Snow Wind Academy. So it's him. The students from the other 5 academies immediately narrowed their eyes. Many of them had evil intentions in their eyes. There were even murderous intents. Although they hid it well, they did reveal their murderous intents towards Lin Ling. The murderous intents were undoubtedly from the Duan family and the New Heavenly Court. These 2 forces and Lin Ling would not rest until one of them was dead. Lin Ling did not care about all of this. Even if he knew, he would not care. This was because if anyone dared to kill him on the Hidden Fog Island, then Lin Ling could guarantee that they would not leave the Hidden Fog Island alive. The Hidden Fog Island is open. Everyone, go in. Remember, visit those seniors. It will definitely be of great help to your martial arts. Finally, a teacher shouted. Then, the students from the 6 academies entered the Hidden Fog Island. The teachers did not follow them and allowed the students to show off their skills on the island. Lin Ling brought Yu and the others into the Hidden Fog Island. They then realized that it was a huge island. The entire island was covered by a hazy fog and an ancient aura permeated the air. Brother Ling, it's been a long time since I trained with you. Yes. Yu and the others were undoubtedly happy to be able to follow Lin Ling, yes, but Brother Ling came to the final world earlier than all of you, so he is considered half a master. All of you are considered guests, so Brother Ling will be the tour guide and bring all of you around. Yes. Chapter 35:14. Master Qing Yun. Since Brother Ling is a tour guide, do you know what's on the Hidden Fog Island? Xian Yuan Gu, teased. His words made Lin Ling smile awkwardly. Lin Ling did not know much about the Hidden Fog Island. This is the residence of a few retired seniors. They have been here for tens of thousands of years. Although they have retired, their knowledge is still there, so the academy has arranged for us to visit them for guidance. Xian Yuan Gu said immediately. So it's a place of cowardly ruffians. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded in realization. Brother Ling, why do you say that? If your words were to spread out, those seniors would definitely be unhappy. Xian Yuan Gu and Yu were immediately surprised by Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, on the other hand, didn't really care. He shook his head and said, if these martial artists who live in seclusion here had courage, why would they rest here? A truly courageous martial artist, no matter how big the storm was, would still move forward resolutely. If he stopped and had the thought of returning home, this meant that he was not far from being eliminated. Big brother Lin Ling is right. Hearing this, Xianyuan and the others suddenly understood. The three of them chatted as they walked, feeling relaxed and at ease. Just as they walked further and further away, several figures suddenly appeared where they were standing just a moment ago. The son of devil, Lin Ling. Since we've run into him today, we have to kill him no matter what. That's right. I heard that a big shot has taken a liking to him. Even Sir Wentian Martial God doesn't dare to touch him. Therefore, the hidden fog island is an opportunity. Rumor has it that his strength is not weak. However, we are all emissaries of God, so killing him shouldn't be too difficult. Soon, these people disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Lin Ling was casually walking with Yu and the others, and they encountered some demonic beasts along the way. However, these demonic beasts couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes at all, so it didn't take long for them to be killed by Yu and the others. Lin Ling also took the opportunity to guide Yu and the others. Big brother Ling, our teacher warned us that there is only one purpose for this trip, and that is to pay a visit to Master Qingyun. Yu suddenly said after the three of them had walked for a long time. Master Qingyun was a respected senior in the final world. However, he had been severely injured in a battle in the past. Since then, he had retreated from this world and lived in seclusion. All the academies respected him, so all the students who entered the hidden fog island had to visit Master Qingyun. Of course, this wasn't a hard and fast rule. It was just that it would be best if they could visit. Since that's the case, let's go take a look. Lin Ling naturally didn't care. He saw that Yu and the others were looking forward to it, so he followed their wishes. Master Qingyun isn't hard to find. Xianyuan seemed to have done her homework before coming. She grinned and was in charge of leading the way. Lin Ling followed the two girls and realized that there weren't any cities on the hidden fog island. There were only small rural towns. The martial Dao masters lived in these rural towns. It was quite interesting. When they arrived at Master Qingyun's place, Yu and the others realized that it was extremely lively. All the students from the various academies were paying a visit to Master Qingyun. It seemed that as long as they could get Master Qingyun's signature, they would be rewarded when they returned to their teacher. They could even be promoted from God's first hall to God's second hall. Hey, isn't this the first demon son of Snow Wind Academy's God's second hall, Lin Ling? You're really late. Don't tell me you're looking down on Master Qingyun. At this moment, a laugh suddenly rang out and interrupted everyone's conversation. In an instant, countless people looked at the three people who had suddenly arrived. The three of them were Lin Ling, Yu and the others. The first hall of God's second hall, Lin Ling? I seem to have heard of his name. This guy seems to be very famous in the 9 states. Not long ago, I heard that he destroyed the Flame Emperor of the Flame State. He's so arrogant. Sigh, people nowadays think that they have some ability and are impatient. They don't know that there's always someone better than them. Suddenly, whispers could be heard from all around. Many people had heard of Lin Ling's name. However, Lin Ling had ignored them previously. This made them target Lin Ling in their hearts. After all, everyone present was the best of their respective academies. In the 9 states, every one of them was a domineering existence. How could they submit to others so easily? He, the son of demon Lin Ling. I heard that he's going to enter the divine list. As expected, ordinary people like us can't compare to him. Divine list? You must be joking. How could he be qualified with his mediocre skills? That's a fool's dream. Only God's messengers can enter the divine list. I don't think he's God's messengers at all. Speaking of the divine list, everyone's emotions were heightened. Everyone sat in 2s and 3s and expressed their opinions. However, Lin Ling and the others were still standing. The main reason was that no one came to greet them. Master Qingyun's people did not seem to care about Lin Ling either. Of course, Lin Ling and the others were guests after all. They had come from afar. Therefore, even if Master Qingyun's people were too lazy to greet them, they still had to put up a front. Junior brother Lin Ling, please forgive us for our previous neglect. We were very surprised when we heard that you've entered the divine list. That's why we forgot to greet you. After a while, a representative of Master Qingyun said with a smile. He seemed to be apologizing, but in reality, he did not mean what he said. Sigh, no wonder he has to hide in the hidden fog island. He's so silly and not smart. If such a person leaves the hidden fog island, he won't have a future. This is what they mean by seeing a spot and knowing the whole leopard. At this moment, Lin Ling sighed and said. What? The people who were still discussing earlier all had their mouths wide open. Lin Ling seemed to be mocking Master Qingyun's people. Did I hear wrongly? Why don't you try slapping me? Someone exclaimed. Slap. The person next to him immediately slapped him, telling him that he was not dreaming. Lin Ling was indeed mocking Master Qingyun's people. Silly and not clever at all. He must be talking about Master Qingyun's people. As the saying went, seeing a spot and knowing the whole leopard. It meant that Master Qingyun's people were silly. Therefore, Master Qingyun was probably no better. No wonder he had to hide in the hidden fog island. If he did not hide in the hidden fog island, he would not have a future. As soon as this was said, more and more people exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Master Qingyun was not very powerful. Otherwise, he would not have hidden in the hidden fog island. However, he had seniority. Otherwise, the academy would not have sent students to visit Master Qingyun. However, a student from the academy had just said that Master Qingyun was worthless. If this student's teacher was here, he would probably be enraged to the point of no return. Lin Ling, you're too outrageous. You're smearing the reputation of our 6 great academies. You're making Master Qingyun think that the quality of our batch of students isn't high and that we don't know how to respect our teachers. Chapter 35:15. Provocation. As for the students from Snow Wind Academy, especially Zhuang Yanming, Chu Yun and the rest, they were all secretly laughing bitterly. Lacking in quality and not knowing how to respect one's teacher. This sentence was very accurate, because Lin Ling had always been like this in the Snow Wind Academy. Not to mention teachers and seniors, even the headmaster, that guy did not even put them in his eyes. Duan Tianzhan thought that by putting such a big label on Lin Ling, he would definitely embarrass Lin Ling. What he didn't know was that Lin Ling didn't care at all. Things are going to get interesting. Lin Ling doesn't put anyone in his eyes in the Wind Snow Academy, but there are 6 academies gathered here. The other 5 academies won't tolerate this kind of humiliation. Yeah, and not only the people from the other academies, even Master Qingyun's people don't like Lin Ling. Chu Yun and the others immediately started whispering to each other. Lin Ling dared to speak before because he felt that Grandmaster Qingyun's people were neglecting him. They made him stand for so long and didn't even invite him to take a seat. But who would have thought that Grandmaster Qingyun's people wouldn't accept it? What do you mean by respecting your master? This young master, may I ask if this Master Qingyun is your master? Or your father? Lin Ling looked at Duan Tianzhan and asked calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? Duan Tianzhan said angrily. Great Master Qingyun is a grandmaster of the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper. How could he be my father? You are such a despicable person. This Master Qingyun is not your father, nor is he your master. Why are you so agitated? Maybe you didn't even treat your master so grandly. You're just a wretched wretch. Lin Ling shook his head and looked calmly at Duan Tianzhan. Duan Tianzhan was immediately enraged, but Lin Ling spoke again. I think this Master Qingyun is actually a martial arts senior who was eliminated. Although he has some experience in martial arts, his experience may not be accurate. Otherwise, why would he be eliminated and hide here in seclusion? So all of you, don't listen to what others say. Just focus on pursuing your own martial arts. This tone was simply the tone of a senior. Those who didn't know him would think that Lin Ling was Master Qing Yun. This time, everyone was so angry that their noses were crooked, but they couldn't refute it for a while. Ha! Yu and the others were secretly laughing. They knew what Lin Ling meant. Lin Ling despised deserters the most. Even if Grandmaster Qing Yun wasn't strong, as long as he was still working hard, he was worthy of the title of Grandmaster. However, Grandmaster Qing Yun was just a deserter, hiding in seclusion. Why should he be respected so much? Moreover, Yu and the others knew that Lin Ling treated them the same way. Lin Ling had been here for so long, but Master Qing Yun didn't let anyone greet him. That was why Lin Ling didn't put him in his eyes. Your Excellency, be careful of your words. Everyone was furious. Grandmaster Qing Yun's people were even more furious. Someone immediately said in a bad mood. Lin Ling naturally heard the anger in those words. He didn't care and smiled. This place is isolated from the world. What kind of disaster can there be? In my opinion, this place is actually a country of women. When this country of women was mentioned, everyone was even more furious. Lin Ling actually used this kind of analogy. Could it be that he was saying that this place of seclusion had no risk and was suitable for women to live in? What an imposing manner. It's very similar to our imposing manner in the past. Men, come and take a seat. At this time, a smile suddenly sounded. Many people knew that it was Grandmaster Qing Yun's voice. As expected of Grandmaster Qing Yun. A great person like you is magnanimous. You don't care about this clown at all. Yes. Moreover, this person's spirit is too sharp. Sooner or later, he will kick an iron plate. Yes. Hearing Grandmaster Qing Yun's voice, flattering voices came from all around. Lin Ling didn't care at all. Looking at the 3 chairs flying towards him, he wanted to receive them. But soon after, he immediately discovered that there was something wrong with those chairs. Their speed was very fast, reaching 300 world speed. Very clearly, this Grandmaster Qing Yun purposely wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. On the surface, he asked him to take a seat. But the speed of the chairs was very fast. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch up with them. If Lin Ling didn't find a chair to sit on, he would definitely become a laughing stock. This little friend, why don't you sit on it? Could it be that you don't like my broken bamboo chair? As if sensing Lin Ling's difficulty, Grandmaster Qing Yun's voice floated out. His words were filled with thick sarcasm and ridicule. At first, the surrounding people were still doubtful. But gradually, they reacted and one by one, they began to laugh. Sit. Weren't you very arrogant before? Now that you are invited to sit, you don't even dare to sit. Sit. Sit my ass. Those chairs have already surpassed 300 world speed. He can't even see through that kind of speed, so how can he sit? Looking down on Senior, now you know regret. After the laughter, all kinds of mocking voices rang out. In the eyes of the crowd, the 3 chairs were spinning around. Their speed was extremely fast. Let alone catching them, just being able to see them meant that their strength was somewhat extraordinary. Little friend, why don't you sit? At the crucial moment, Grandmaster Qing Yun's kind voice occasionally floated out. It seemed like a question. But in reality, everyone knew that he was trying to suppress Lin Ling. Grandmaster Qing Yun, is this how you treat your guests? Lin Ling smiled and asked with his hands behind his back. That's not it. It's just that some people are arrogant and unruly. That's why the Academy wants us, the older generation, to suppress them and let them know that there is always someone better. So when dealing with those who break the law, we have to be a bit stricter. Grandmaster Qing Yun's voice floated out again. Is the academy blind? It's not good to find some real warriors. Why do they have to find some deserters, women, cowards? Could it be that the academy wants to teach us that in the future, if we feel that the road ahead is difficult, we can find a place to hide and live in seclusion? Obediently become a deserter? Lin Ling immediately sneered. What a venomous mouth. This time, Grandmaster Qing Yun couldn't hold it in anymore. His expression was extremely ugly. But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Moreover, does the academy think that by finding some deserters, they can suppress us? Hee, the academy really knows how to joke. This speed is just that I, Lin Ling, don't want to sit. Otherwise, if I want to sit, even if the sky falls and the earth rends, nothing can stop me. Shameless boasting. Fuck, he can't even see through the speed of those chairs. He actually dares to boast like this. If you have the ability, then let him continue standing. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the surrounding people were boiling with anger. Lin Ling couldn't see through the speed of the chair's rotation. In order to not lose face, he actually said that he didn't care. Grandmaster Qing Yun also thought so. He let out a disdainful laugh. However, before his laughter ended, a "pa" sound rang out. Lin Ling was still standing there. However, his left arm stretched out and actually grabbed onto one of the rotating chairs. Bang! Chapter 35:16. Bullshit. With such little speed, it's really like a turtle crawling. At the same time, Lin Ling said in disdain. What? He can actually see through the speed of 300 worlds? Everyone immediately stopped mocking him and spoke in grave voices. Although 300 world speed wasn't considered a top speed to them, they had always believed that Lin Ling didn't possess such a speed. Master Qing Yun also frowned slightly. However, he immediately sped up the speed of the chair. He did not believe that a junior could be so powerful. The speed of the chair has increased again. I'm afraid it has reached the speed of 400 worlds. 400 world speed, that's a speed that no early-stage martial ancestor can achieve. As expected of Master Qing Yun. Some of them began to see stars, but some of the stronger students could clearly see that the speed of the chair had increased. Pa! However, as soon as they cried out in surprise, Lin Ling didn't even look in front of him. With a grab of his arm, he forcefully pulled down another chair at a terrifying speed and finally placed it on the ground. Yu, this is your chair. Sit. When his voice drifted out, the entire place fell silent. How could Lin Ling catch it with the speed of 400 realms? One had to know that this kind of 400 worlds speed did not maintain the state of shooting in a straight line. Instead, it rotated in all directions irregularly. It was absolutely impossible to rely on luck to catch the chair. It was also impossible to rely on one's eyesight. Because even with eyesight, without the corresponding speed, one would not be able to catch the rapidly shooting chair at all. To be honest, playing these little tricks is really beneath my status. While the crowd was still in shock, Lin Ling said nonchalantly. Did I lose my identity? Even Master Qing Yun didn't say these words, and you, Lin Ling, actually have the nerve to say it? Could it be that in front of Master Qing Yun, you are the real master? You. As for Master Qing Yun, he was undoubtedly feeling the most awkward because he had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of everyone, but in the end, Lin Ling had taught him a lesson. His eyebrows twitched, and before he knew it, the last chair had begun to roll madly, and cracks had appeared in the surrounding space. Obviously, the last chair had been pushed to its limit by him. 500 sector speed. Even an ordinary late-stage martial progenitor would not be able to achieve such speed. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the Saint realm. He had never experienced such speed in his entire life. Ignorant brat. After activating the speed of 500 worlds, Grandmaster Qing Yun was elated. He had been living in seclusion here for so long, and this was the first time he met someone who dared to look down on him. But now, he wanted that ignorant brat to regret underestimating him. Bang! However, just as his words fell, the void rippled. Lin Ling's arm made a quick tug in the air, and a dragon claw light appeared. In the next moment, a chair seemed to have been summoned, and Lin Ling smashed it heavily onto the ground. And Lin Ling directly sat on it. When I want to sit, no one can stop me. Whenever I want to sit, I will sit. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling sat in the center of the crowd with his legs crossed. He was as arrogant as he could be. However, the surroundings had long since become deathly silent. Grandmaster Qing Yun appeared and stared at Lin Ling with fear in his eyes. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and said fearlessly, "I've already said it." "What, master?" "To put it bluntly, he's a deserter, a woman, and a coward. I really don't understand why the Academy wants us to visit these outdated martial artists. To be honest, they're completely useless to our martial arts journey." His words were unbridled. However, Grandmaster Qing Yun's face turned green and red. He could not refute him. "Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant." After a short moment of silence, Duan Tianzhan finally reacted and pointed at Lin Ling angrily. Now, the more he looked at Lin Ling, the more he disliked him. He wanted nothing more than to kill him on the spot. "What? You don't accept it? All right, I'll give you a chance. If you can bring back the chair that I threw out, what's the point of me apologizing to you?" Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Then, he stared at a student beside him. When that student was looked at by Lin Ling, his entire body trembled inexplicably. The shock that Lin Ling had given him was simply too strong. "Why are you so flustered? I won't hit you." Lin Ling looked at him calmly. With a kick of his right leg, that student's chair flew up. Then, Lin Ling grabbed it and threw it into the distance. With this throw, Lin Ling had secretly used 5,000 boundary force. It was like a real dragon swinging its tail. The most frightening thing was that although the throw was very strong, Lin Ling could leave the chair unscathed. This showed how precise his control of his physical strength was. And when Lin Ling threw the chair, it instantly disappeared. That speed was definitely more than 500 boundary force. "Go and find it." Just as everyone was in disbelief, Lin Ling looked at Duan Tianzhan and said calmly. Duan Tianzhan's eyes were trembling. It was too fast. He could not react at all. Now, he could not even sense where the chair was flying. "If you can't find it, then don't talk nonsense." Seeing that Duan Tianzhan was unable to speak, Lin Ling paused and suddenly shouted. This voice directly frightened everyone to the point that their hearts were pounding. "Yu, go, let's go. I said that visiting seniors is quite boring." Ignoring everyone's shock, Lin Ling said in a bored manner. He held Yu's hands and slowly left. As for Master Qing Yun and the other strong cultivators of the various academies, they were all sitting there in silence. Their hearts were extremely heavy because so many of them had been humiliated by Lin Ling alone. "Kill him, we must kill him. His strength is at most comparable to an initial stage martial ancestor. We have a middle stage martial ancestor. That's right, I have a grade 4 ultimate desolate body. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin." Duan Tianzhan and the others stood up and shouted coldly. "Your Excellencies, you want to kill him?" The experts from Wind Snow Academy stood up and said. "This has nothing to do with you. Let me tell you, if you dare to help him, don't blame us for killing all of you." Duan Tianzhan immediately pointed at those people. He said coldly. "Help him?" The experts from Wind Snow Academy shook their heads. They did not intend to help Lin Ling. Instead, they wanted to remind Duan Tianzhan that Lin Ling's strength was stronger than he had imagined. But now, there was no need to remind them. It could only be said that Duan Tianzhan had underestimated Lin Ling. Of course, this included Master Qing Yun. Chapter 35:17. Teach Lin Ling a lesson. After leaving Master Qing Yun's residence, Lin Ling did not have a destination in the short term. Initially, he wanted to leave the hidden fog island. However, he was afraid that he would be a burden to Yu and the rest. Therefore, he decided to rest on the hidden fog island for the time being. Big Brother Ling, I'm afraid that your strength can be ranked among the top of the 36 academies. Yeah, I heard that the Divine 3 halls of the 36 academies have a divine list. All of them are emissaries of God, and even some teachers are included. If you can enter the divine list, then you will be an extremely famous expert in the final world. While walking with Yu and the others, kept explaining. Lin Ling didn't know much about this because after he came to the final world, he spent most of his time cultivating in Snow-Blowing City. He didn't know much about the powerhouses in the final world. Seeing Lin Ling's frown, Yu and the others smiled. They knew that Lin Ling must be confused. All the experts of the 3 halls can compete for the divine ranking. Rumor has it that this is the best opportunity to become a god's emissary. It can be said that those who enter the divine ranking are 100% emissaries. On the other hand, not all emissaries can enter the divine ranking. There is another benefit to entering the divine ranking, and that is that you have a chance to meet the gods. Yu is right. Basically, as long as they are confident in themselves, they will try their best to become a master on the divine list. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded, God's messenger, so that's how it is. If I remember correctly, in order to become a holy knight of God, the first thing you need to do is become a God's messenger. That's right. The holy knights of God have supreme authority in the final world. They can travel between the main cities and sub-cities. Even if they violate the rules, they will be safe and sound. Yu said again. Shi and Xian Yuan Gu clearly yearned for the divine paladin. However, Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to this. If he remembered correctly, Duan Yi was a 2-talisman god sacred knight. In the end, he had still been killed by Lin Ling, and the Duan family hadn't dared to seek revenge. You must be Lin Ling kneel down. After a long while, when Lin Ling and the other 2 were about to find a quiet place to rest, several voices immediately sounded. A dozen figures appeared in the sky, and when they saw that Lin Ling and the others wanted to rest in a quiet mountain range, they immediately attacked. They activated their world essence and completely destroyed the quiet mountain range on the ground. Lin Ling, do you think you'll have a good time after offending us? After destroying the mountain range, those people coldly looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. You guys are too much. What academy are you from? Yu and Xian Yuan Gu could no longer hold themselves back when they saw the other party's unbridled behavior. Yu, this matter has nothing to do with you. We're here for him. As for which academy we're from, it's best that you don't ask. It won't do you any good to know. Those people calmly looked at Yu and the others and said. Then, they stared at Lin Ling and said, weren't you very arrogant? Why don't you have anything to say now? Or are you afraid? At this moment, Lin Ling stared at them in surprise. He hadn't expected these people to be so brazen. However, after thinking about it, he understood. Lin Ling was very famous in Snow City. Even the elites of the Snow Wind Academy didn't dare to provoke him. However, this didn't mean that the other academies would give him face. Firstly, the elites of the other academies didn't know Lin Ling's background. Secondly, their backgrounds weren't small. Therefore, when they persuaded Lin Ling, they directly attacked Lin Ling without any hesitation. Lin Ling also had a strange feeling because he hadn't been bullied like this in a long time. What do you want? Lin Ling asked indifferently. What do you want? Many people want to see a good show. The number of people is beyond your imagination. So no matter what, you have to leave something behind. This way, we can report to the higher-ups. Those people thought that Lin Ling was afraid and couldn't help but sneer. What if I refuse? Lin Ling was still expressionless. Hee, it's not up to you to refuse. I don't know what kind of person you used to be, but this is the final world. Your previous tricks won't work in the final world. Brothers, attack. The leading young man suddenly shook his head and smiled. Then, he waved his hand heavily. Obviously, he didn't want to know Lin Ling's previous experience. He just wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson so that he could report to the higher-ups. If he knew Lin Ling's experience, he probably wouldn't dare to act rashly at this moment. Because in the 9 regions, in the 10,000 realms, Lin Ling's name had long been recognized as one of the most untouchable existences. Sage Realm? After receiving the order to attack, the others sneered. They took a step forward and grabbed at Lin Ling. Their strength was not weak. They had a 3rd-grade ultimate desolate body and the strength of an early-stage martial ancestor. Logically speaking, it would be easy for them to capture Lin Ling with such strength. It was a pity that they didn't find out what Lin Ling represented in the Snow Wind Academy, and how much value Lin Ling, the number 1 in the Shen Air Hall, had. At the same time, Lin Ling also made his move. He didn't need to use any means. All he needed was the spacetime divine steel. Wherever he looked, the spacetime divine steel would suppress. It was impossible to guard against. What kind of talent is this? Not good, it's at least a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. Heavens, this person actually has a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. After a single exchange, those people immediately knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. 5th grade, he actually had a 5th-grade desolate body. Furthermore, this ultimate desolate body was very strange. It was fast and could attack silently. In just a few breaths, those people were immediately smashed to the ground. Their minds were constantly buzzing, as if they still couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. A sage had actually defeated them, martial ancestor, so easily. How was this possible? Speak, who ordered you to do this? Who else is involved in this matter? Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he looked at the group of people indifferently. Throughout the whole process, Lin Ling was not worried at all about this group of people. I don't know. If you have the ability, kill us. Otherwise, don't even think about knowing anything. Those people who were suppressed by the spacetime divine steel said stubbornly as they shook their heads. They were extremely sullen. They had thought that they would have some achievements, but in the end, they were defeated by Lin Ling in a single exchange. It was simply embarrassing. Hee, even if you don't say it, I've already guessed it. However, Lin Ling shook his head indifferently as he looked into the distance. You've been watching for so long. Do you plan to continue watching? In the distant sky, a large number of people suddenly walked out. It was Sheng Daiming and the others. It was obvious that Lin Ling had already noticed them. Lin Ling, the person who wants to attack you is Duan Tianzhan. Zhuang Yanming and the others immediately said when they walked out. They weren't worried about Lin Ling at all. They knew that ordinary people wouldn't be able to harm Lin Ling. I knew it was him. When Lin Ling heard their words, he wasn't surprised and nodded. Chapter 35:18. Strip them naked and hang them on the streets. By the way, this Duan Tianzhan has an older half-brother called Duan Wuzhan. He is the holy knight of the 4 talisman gods, and together with Duan Wuhan, they are collectively known as the 4 talisman twins. Suddenly, someone seemed to have thought of something and said solemnly. Duan Wuhan? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Last time in the Starry Sky Forest, Lin Ling had come into contact with Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan was the only Duan family youth who had survived the catastrophe in the Starry Sky Forest. Of course, this was also the reason why the Duan family's old ancestor had protected him. No wonder he's more arrogant than ordinary Duan clan disciples. So that's why. Lin Ling nodded in realization, but he didn't care too much about it. He estimated that his current strength was weaker than Duan Wuhen's, but not by much, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Strip them of their clothes and hang them nearby. I think the students passing by will be very interested to see them. Lin Ling continued, but his words made Zhuang Yanming and the others' eyes light up. Strip off my clothes? Moreover, they were hanging all around. Interesting. One must know that those who could enter the hidden fog island were all prideful people. Now that they were stripped and hung on the street, it would be worse than being killed if word got out. How dare you? Sure enough, the people suppressed by the space-time divine steel all started roaring furiously. Hee, they're asking me if I dare? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed mockingly. These guys probably didn't know what kind of person he was, Lin Ling. Zhuang Yanming and the rest laughed mockingly. They had never seen anything that Lin Ling did not dare to do. Rumble. Lin Ling's brows twitched, and the time and space divine steel pressed down again, severely injuring those people. After that, they were stripped of their clothes and hung on the streets. What kind of academy are you guys from? The Hidden Fog Island is a place to cultivate one's mind. What are you guys trying to do by taking off your clothes here? Dirty. I didn't expect the students nowadays to be so dirty. Moreover, it's fine if you're naked, but you don't even have the slightest self-awareness. Look at that thing, it's even smaller than my little finger. It really raped my eyes. The Hidden Fog Island was a place where some powerhouses retired and returned to their hometowns. Therefore, many of the older generation martial artists who lived in seclusion started pointing and gossiping when they saw those people running around naked. The naked people's faces were as red as their buttocks. They couldn't wait to put on their clothes and leave, but Lin Ling had injured them again. Their injuries made it impossible for them to untie the ropes, so they could only continue to be hung up. What made them want to vomit blood the most was that the people on the side of the road were not only pointing at them, but they also complained that they were not good-looking. One of the old women even used a stick to lift up their pants, then sighed and said, "TSK, you're so small. Can you still do it? How can I face people in the future? Lin Ling, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable." Those people really vomited blood, and some of them even fainted. Fortunately, they were saved by people who were passing by, but in exchange, they were pointed and gossiped by the other students. Lin Ling and the others continued to move forward. Along the way, they naturally encountered people who tried to provoke them. In the end, they were all stripped naked and hung on the streets. In the blink of an eye, even Duan Tianzhan received the news. How dare you? When Duan Tianzhan heard the news, he was furious. This was because everyone knew that he was the one who gave the order to teach Lin Ling a lesson. In the end, Lin Ling stripped all the people who came to teach him a lesson and hung them in every corner of the Hidden Fog Island. In this way, everyone knew that Lin Ling was humiliating him and completely ignoring him, Duan Tianzhan. This Lin Ling is too arrogant. He hung all the people who provoked him on the streets. He has offended all 5 academies at the same time. Other than the Wind Snow Academy, which other academy has not been hung? However, this Lin Ling is really powerful. This is because there are a few top experts from the Shen Air Hall who could not subdue him. The people who followed Duan Tianzhan started to whisper among themselves. They started to take Lin Ling seriously. This was because there were only 2 reasons why Lin Ling dared to be so unscrupulous. First, he was truly fearless and full of confidence. Second, Lin Ling was a lunatic who did not care about the consequences of his actions. If it was the second reason, it would not be a big deal, but the first reason was the most frightening. Oh no, young Master Duan, Lin Ling is here. Just as Duan Tianzhan and the others were furious, someone shouted in panic. Then, they saw 3 figures slowly walking over from the distant horizon. Around the three figures were a large number of people who seemed to be from the Wind Snow Academy. Most importantly, the person leading the three figures could not be more familiar. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? This time, the people around Duan Tianzhan all frowned. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. They had not even taught Lin Ling a lesson, and Lin Ling had taken the initiative to come knocking on their door. Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? From afar, Duan Tianzhan looked at Lin Ling and roared angrily. Lin Ling was not only not giving him face, he was simply not taking him seriously. Around them, the people from the various academies were also watching and gasping. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Duan Tianzhan, right? Your little tricks are really useless against me. Lin Ling also stared at Duan Tianzhan. Ever since he knew that Duan Tianzhan was going to teach him a lesson, Lin Ling did not intend to hide anything. Today, my purpose is very simple. I'm going to teach you a lesson, then strip you naked and hang you on the streets. This will be the end of this matter. Then, Lin Ling spoke again. Arrogant enough. This guy is even more arrogant than young Master Duan. Yes, young Master Duan and Lin Ling are not on good terms. Young Master Duan has not even made a move, and Lin Ling has already made the first move. Is he not afraid of offending some big shot? Perhaps Lin Ling is also deliberately mystifying things. The people around started to whisper, and they looked at Lin Ling with a little more respect. As for Duan Tianzhan, he was undoubtedly infuriated. He wanted to strip Lin Ling naked and did it openly. Since young, this was the first time he had been oppressed by someone in such a domineering manner. Why, can't bear to? Let me give you a piece of advice. If you wait until I make a move, you'll suffer a lot. Seeing Duan Tianzhan gnashing his teeth, Lin Ling spoke again, bullshit. When have you ever seen someone take off their own clothes? Stop acting in front of me. I want to see who's going to take off whose clothes today. Duan Tianzhan roared angrily and activated his strength. 4th grade Ultimate Desolate Body, Level 3 Martial Ancestor Realm Cultivation. His strength was indeed not weak. No wonder he was so arrogant. Unfortunately, such strength was not enough to deal with Lin Ling currently. Lin Ling's opponents, other than the experts from the 3rd hall, were not opponents that he cared about. Chapter 35-19. Settle the score with Master Qingyun. Lin Ling had also fused his talent. His skin turned pitch black, and at the same time, the illusionary god world appeared, controlling a part of the world. His speed was extremely fast, and in addition to the endless illusions, Duan Tianzhan could not see him clearly at all. I have to say that I overestimated you. I originally wanted to defeat you in 10 moves, but from the looks of it, I don't even need 10 moves. Lin Ling's voice was ethereal. As for Duan Tianzhan, his eyes were wide open. His talent, Red Afterglow Ghost, could not see through Lin Ling's means at all. Bang! Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering force struck Duan Tianzhan's chest. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The void around Duan Tianzhan's body cracked. Following that, he swept his gaze and immediately discovered that his talent, Red Afterglow Ghost, had been destroyed by Lin Ling's punch. Pwah! He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his entire body began to bend over like a cooked prawn. What? Duan Tianzhan has the power of the ancestors, and as much as 30%. But against Lin Ling, this power of the ancestors was not even used before Duan Tianzhan was defeated. How is this Lin Ling so strong? The faces of the people from the various academies turned pale. They were naturally aware of Duan Tianzhan's strength. With his status as a god's 2nd hall, he had once defeated an expert from the god's 3rd hall. However, such strength was nothing against Lin Ling. Subconsciously, many people looked at the Snow Wind Academy's experts and realized that they did not look surprised. This meant that the Snow Wind Academy's experts had long known of Lin Ling's strength. Why can't you strip yourself for no reason? Why must I do it? At this moment, Lin Ling was shaking his head. The spacetime divine steel had appeared to suppress Duan Tianzhan. Following that, he waved his right hand and stripped Duan Tianzhan of his clothes, throwing him to the ground. To him, to defeat him, Lin Ling, one had to have at least a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. Otherwise, it was nothing. You guys seem to be very close to Duan Tianzhan. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it yourselves? After knocking Duan Tianzhan unconscious, Lin Ling looked at the people from the academy and said, "Ah. Well, we're innocent. We didn't intend to attack you. Spare my life, spare my life. Don't go too far so that we can meet again in the future." Everyone who was close to Duan Tianzhan started to panic. Such an excuse is no different from what a 3-year-old child would say. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He had been practicing martial arts all his life. What had he not seen? So, those kinds of words were useless. He knew very well that if his strength was inferior to his opponent today, the one who would be humiliated would definitely be him. Strip it. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, if you wait for me to make my move, I won't leave a single piece of cloth for you. Without further ado, Lin Ling's voice turned cold. Take it off, I'll take it off right away. You don't have to do it. I can do it myself. Those experts from the academy suddenly gritted their teeth and began to strip off their clothes one by one, leaving only their underpants on. Tut tut, I didn't expect Gao Yuming, who is known as the god of war Yuming, to wear a dudu. Ha ha ha, the great master wears a dudu. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? That guy named Li Dao doesn't wear underpants. Hee, this is a bad habit. But there's so much hair between his legs. What's the use of that? Look at that thing. It's so small. If you don't look carefully, you won't even see it. Seeing those experts stripping themselves naked, the gloating voices in the surroundings grew even louder. As for those who had stripped themselves naked, each of them revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. However, although they had stripped themselves, at least they didn't have to be hung up. After Lin Ling left, they could immediately put their clothes back on. As for those who were stripped naked by Lin Ling, they were unlucky. They had already fainted, so they could only continue to be hung up and admired by others. This guy's way of doing things is really ruthless. Next, many people stared at Lin Ling with fear. They had never expected Lin Ling to do such a crazy thing. It was as if Lin Ling didn't care even if the sky was pierced through. Is this the husband of Yu and the other girls? He's really domineering. I originally wanted to rob Yu and the other girls. Now it seems that I'd better not think about it. Many people also began to whisper to each other. The main reason was that when Lin Ling appeared at the beginning, no one knew him. But he had 2 beautiful girls with him, which must have caused many people to be dissatisfied. However, after this incident, those voices of dissatisfaction had become much quieter. However, Lin Ling obviously didn't intend to give up, because he knew that if these experts dared to target him, Lin Ling, there must be someone behind them. Duan Tianzhan was obviously not enough. The other person must be someone with an extraordinary status. There weren't many people with charisma and reputation who had a grudge against Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling quickly guessed who the other big shot was. It must be the so-called Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun was highly respected. However, because Lin Ling didn't take him seriously, he must have supported the other experts to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Lin Ling didn't have much to do on the hidden fog island. Since he had encountered such a situation, he might as well play with him. With Yu and the other girls, Lin Ling walked toward Master Qingyun. What? This guy is walking toward Master Qingyun. Oh my god, don't tell me he's going to strip Master Qingyun too. I think that's very possible. Looking at Lin Ling, who left in a carefree manner, everyone was shocked. Thinking of the conflict between Lin Ling and Master Qingyun, they felt that anything was possible. Not long ago, Lin Ling had visited Master Qingyun with the others. However, because there were many people at that time, Master Qingyun ignored Lin Ling and neglected Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling immediately retaliated against Master Qingyun. Now that Duan Tianzhan was targeting Lin Ling, Master Qingyun was probably one of his supporters. If Lin Ling knew about it, how could he let Master Qingyun go? He must be crazy. Although Master Qingyun has retired and returned to his hometown, he was still an expert in the past. That's right. Moreover, Master Qingyun is still a senior. Lin Ling is going to settle the score with him. That's not giving him any face. Many people started to discuss among themselves. They were completely convinced by Lin Ling's way of doing things. At that moment, Lin Ling was still walking with Yu and the others. When Yu and the others found out about Lin Ling's actions, they were also shocked. Big Brother Ling, Master Qingyun is an existence of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper after all. Aren't we being too reckless like this? Yu, the so-called master, is just a label that others gave him. To be honest, I don't think he's a master. Instead, I think he's a deserter. Chapter 35-20. A breath of immortal qi turned into divine qi. Who are you guys? As Lin Ling and the other two headed to Master Qingyun's residence, Master Qingyun's disciples were not happy about it. I'm here to ask if Master Qingyun has sent someone to teach me a lesson. Lin Ling went straight to the point and spoke slowly. The disciples were shocked. Lin Ling was being too straightforward. They immediately said, "We don't know what you're talking about. Furthermore, do you know who Master Qingyun is? Is it necessary for him to teach you a lesson? You think too highly of yourself. Yes or no? I hope Master Qingyun can come out and say it himself. If it's a misunderstanding, Master Qingyun can come out and explain himself." Lin Ling spoke calmly. Master Qingyun's disciples were immediately put in a difficult position. Normally, Master Qingyun would say that it had nothing to do with him. However, if he said so, wouldn't it mean that he was afraid of Lin Ling? What a joke! A master who was specially instructed by the college to pay a visit to a senior, would he be afraid of a junior? Master Qingyun, why don't you come out and speak? Lin Ling spoke again when he saw the disciples in a difficult position. Meanwhile, the disciples of the various colleges were observing from afar, waiting for the outcome. However, many of them did not expect Lin Ling to have the guts to come out and ask. How audacious! So what if I am? At that instant, an aged voice could be heard. A kind-looking old man wearing a loose robe walked out from the crowd. The moment he appeared, an elegant aura filled the air, causing the crowd to feel a sense of reverence toward him. Master Qingyun's cultivation had reached the late-stage martial progenitor realm. However, his talent was only average. That being said, people admired him because of his knowledge, not his talent and strength. Master Qingyun. Many people exclaimed when they saw the old man. Master Qingyun was highly valued by the academy. Every time a student entered the hidden fog island, they would definitely pay Master Qingyun a visit. This also showed how unique Master Qingyun was. I see that you're lawless and unruly. Coincidentally, a student said that he wanted to teach you a lesson, so I agreed. I'm doing this for your own good. At least, you'll suffer here. It's better than losing your life outside. Grandmaster Qingyun looked at Lin Ling and directly admitted it. Because if he didn't admit it, it would mean that he was afraid of Lin Ling. With his seniority, how could he be afraid of Lin Ling? Seeing this, Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. He said lightly, I didn't expect Master Qingyun to be so straightforward. You are indeed daring to take responsibility for your actions. Since it's like this, I will also get straight to the point. Previously, those who wanted to teach me a lesson, I stripped them naked and hung them on the road. Lin Ling laughed. Master Qing Yun's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He stripped them naked and hung them on the road because he didn't like them. He was too arrogant. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke again. Of course, there's one more person who was stripped naked and hung on the road. That's you, Master Qing Yun. What? Master Qing Yun's eyes narrowed. Previously, he wanted to reprimand Lin Ling for being too arrogant and not taking anyone seriously. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling told him that he was going to strip him naked and hang him on the street. That meant that he didn't have to persuade him because he was also involved. You. Master Qing Yun couldn't help but point at Lin Ling. He was so angry that he was speechless. The surrounding onlookers gasped. Although they had already guessed it, they still couldn't believe it when they saw Lin Ling threatening Master Qing Yun with their own eyes. Most importantly, with Master Qing Yun's seniority, he was going to be stripped naked and hung on the street. Lin Ling didn't know how to respect his teacher. Now, is Master Qing Yun going to do it himself or am I, Lin Ling? Ignoring Master Qing Yun's anger, Lin Ling spoke again. You ignorant child, you're dreaming. Master Qing Yun was enraged. His body began to emit an endless amount of treasure light. It seemed to be floating rapidly, causing the lower half of his body to disappear within the light. A strand of ancient immortal energy also quietly permeated the air. On Master Qing Yun's body, the light of the sun floated up, sacred and ancient. Master Qing Yun. Seeing this, many people shouted in excitement. Master Qing Yun was going to make his move. He was going to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Master Qing Yun was a person of virtue and prestige. If he were to teach Lin Ling a lesson, Lin Ling would definitely be dead. The sacred light of the sun slowly shone out. That strand of immortal energy actually wrapped around the sun, causing the treasure light to shoot up to the sky. It was sacred and inviolable. According to legends, this was a breath of Qing Yun's godly energy. It was a breath of God. Master Qing Yun's talent was very ordinary. All these years, he had been cultivating this breath. When he cultivated it to a certain level, he could borrow it to become God. In reality, that breath of Qi was indeed powerful. It actually showed signs of transforming into God's energy. A breath of immortal energy is gradually transforming into God's energy. Lin Ling's eyes couldn't help but flicker. However, he already knew that Master Qing Yun wasn't weak, so he wasn't too surprised. Instead, his hand reached out from the void and actually grabbed that breath of immortal energy. Then, with a bang, he actually grabbed that breath of immortal energy. However, upon closer inspection, that wasn't a breath of immortal energy, but a scripture. Unknowingly, that breath of immortal energy had already transformed into a scripture. And with this grab, Master Qing Yun's expression changed greatly. This was because he never thought that Lin Ling would actually be able to grab his 10 days, 1 leaf scripture. One had to know that this scripture was simply impossible to touch without great perseverance. In your dreams. Master Qing Yun spat out a breath of air at that page of scripture. That scripture immediately seemed to take root in the world and became motionless. And from afar, the scene was extremely shocking. Many people saw that Lin Ling's hand reached out. In the sky, a page of scripture was held in his hand. However, when Lin Ling wanted to pull the scripture, that scripture was impregnable and didn't move at all. Of course, even so, many people were surprised by Lin Ling's methods. After all, being able to grab that page of scripture explained everything. However, being able to grab it didn't mean that it could be moved. And Lin Ling also noticed that that page of scripture seemed to be connected to the 9 continents. It was firm and unyielding. It wouldn't shake even if the heavens and earth were to shatter. I don't believe it. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His palm turned black as if a black light was flowing. His 5 fingers instantly turned into the shape of a dragon's claw. Gotcha. The moment he suddenly grabbed the scripture, Master Qing Yun's expression changed greatly. Lin Ling actually had such a method. 10 days, 1 leaf, motionless scripture. Master Qing Yun immediately roared. What's the use? Chapter 35-21. Fight. Lin Ling's pitch-black palms shot out like the arms of a fiend god, exuding a domineering aura. His strength continued to climb, causing Grandmaster Qingyun's countenance to turn increasingly heavy. To Master Qingyun, that page of scripture was obviously of great importance. It was even more precious than his talent. This was because this scripture page was a divine scripture. Although it was damaged, after Master Qingyun obtained it by chance, he used his blood essence and talent to refine it every day. Right now, it had already become the strongest method to surpass talent. However, Lin Ling seemed to want to snatch such a treasure. Most importantly, Master Qing Yun's current refinement was at fault. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have the chance to snatch it. Ka. Also, Grandmaster Qing Yun discovered that the strength Lin Ling exerted when he held the scripture continued to increase. Gradually, it reached the level of 4,000 worlds. In addition, there was a vast amount of world essence roaring. This caused Grandmaster Qing Yun to feel that he couldn't resist. Lin Ling, do you know what you're doing? You're too bold. Thinking of this, Master Qing Yun roared with unwillingness. Do you know why I don't treat you as a master? Because in my heart, you are nothing more than this. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. The dragon aura and ferocious aura on his body became denser and denser. The three great talents began to fuse together, and his strength rose steadily again. Puff! Master Qing Yun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed greatly. Impossible, you actually have the power of 5,000 worlds. His heart was pounding. He couldn't believe that a mere junior like Lin Ling could be so powerful. The power of 5,000 worlds? Lin Ling's entire being was like a demon or a god. His long hair danced crazily in the wind, and his strength increased once again. His arms seemed to transcend the sun, moon, and stars, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was like the river of time as it grabbed onto the scripture and took root. At the same time, his power was raised to the limit, reaching the power of 6,000 worlds. He suddenly pulled the scripture. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A strong wind blew in the hidden Fog Island sky. It was as though heaven and earth had turned upside down. What's going on? It can't be that Lin Ling can actually fight against Master Qing Yun. The onlookers in the distance were all shocked. To them, Lin Ling was a rising star while Master Qing Yun was a titan. The two of them were simply not people of the same world. But now, this rising star was actually fighting against Master Qing Yun. No, not fighting, but suppressing. Just what kind of limit had Lin Ling's strength reached? Puff! At the same time, Master Qing Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. He realized that the scriptures that he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years were losing their connection. Originally, I wanted to strip you naked and hang you on the streets to vent my anger. However, seeing that you have contributed this page of the sutra, I will forgive you. However, this page of the sutra belongs to me. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the sky like a god as he muttered to himself. After he spoke, he forcefully pulled the ancient scripture out of Master Qing Yun's control. Puff! Master Qing Yun spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression instantly became dispirited. The page of the sutra appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After he examined it carefully, he could not help but smile. This page of the sutra belongs to you. Yes. After he checked, he realized that this sutra was very suitable for Xian Yuan Gu. Therefore, he gave it to her. With this sutra, Xian Yuan Gu's strength would undoubtedly increase by 50%. Lin Ling really snatched Master Qing Yun's page of the sutra. What a sin! What a sin! Aren't we here to visit Master Qingyun? Why is Master Qingyun being humiliated like a dog? Wind Snow Academy's Lin Ling has committed a grave mistake. When the surrounding people saw Lin Ling's tyrannical actions, they were all scared out of their wits. Visiting the predecessors of the Hidden Fog Island had been the rule of the 36 academies for many years. But now, the rule had been broken. The son of the devil, Lin Ling, had actually robbed Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun, do you admit defeat? At that moment, Lin Ling stood up in the sky and looked down at Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun's heart was still pounding. He had not expected Lin Ling to be so powerful. When he heard Lin Ling's question, he felt as if a knife had pierced his heart. He felt humiliated. However, he could not do anything to Lin Ling. Do you admit defeat? Seeing that Master Qingyun was silent, Lin Ling asked again. Bastard! Master Qingyun cursed in his heart. He had snatched his sutra and now he was asking him if he admitted defeat. Admit defeat my A*S. Since you admit defeat, don't blame me. Lin Ling did not seem to know that Master Qingyun was angry. Seeing that Master Qingyun was silent, he spoke again. I admit defeat. Master Qingyun knew that Lin Ling would not be merciful to him. Therefore, he roared and admitted defeat. That's more like it. Let me tell you, it's better to keep a low profile. Don't go around causing trouble when you're weak. I'll let today's matter go. If there's a next time, I'll strip you naked. Lin Ling nodded his head and waved at Jianghu. Let's go. Let's leave this place. After saying that, he led Jianghu and Yu away. Master Qingyun was stunned in the sky. His face was green and red. He was so angry that he almost lost his mind. This was because not only did Lin Ling snatch his treasure, he even asked him if he admitted defeat. After Master Qingyun admitted defeat, Lin Ling even used the tone of a senior to lecture him. This was humiliating him to the extreme. Son of the devil, Lin Ling. Master Qingyun stared at Lin Ling as he left. In the end, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. This guy is so cruel. The people around were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with awe as they stared at Lin Ling. In the following days, Lin Ling did not wander around. He found a quiet place and started cultivating with Yu and the rest. As for the one-page sutra that Master Qingyun gave him, Lin Ling read it for Jianghu. He realized that it was a language of the gods. It had great powers and was comparable to the 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Moreover, the limit of the one-page sutra was not as simple as a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling did not expect that he would obtain such a treasure while walking around the Hidden Fog Island. This one-page sutra is similar to my spacetime divine steel. It can unleash its power in an instant to suppress the enemy. Moreover, the power of this one-page sutra is slightly stronger than my spacetime divine steel. After familiarizing himself with the one-page sutra, Lin Ling guided Jianghu to familiarize herself with the one-page sutra. Jianghu naturally treasured the one-page sutra. With Lin Ling's help, she familiarized herself with the one-page sutra and mastered it. In this way, she was the same as Yu, possessing powerful means. However, Yu's was a talent, while hers was a one-page scripture. It wasn't a talent, but more like a divine tool. Chapter 35-22. The Four Talisman God Paladin, Duan Wuzhan. On this day, everyone began to leave the Hidden Fog Island, including Lin Ling and the others. However, as soon as they left the Hidden Fog Island, everyone outside the Hidden Fog Island looked at Lin Ling, who was walking out. Their eyes were filled with rage. Teacher, is this a student from the Snow Wind Academy? He violated the rules and humiliated the older generation. He is too lawless. Don't you think that the Snow Wind Academy should give us an explanation? The messengers from the other 5 academies joined forces to teach Lin Ling a lesson. If you are unhappy about this, you can look for our dean. It is useless for you to talk about Lin Ling's crimes in front of us. Moreover, we have no right to convict him. However, the teachers from the Snow Wind Academy were obviously on Lin Ling's side. They acted as if it had nothing to do with them. This time, the teachers from the 5 academies were furious. The same went for the students. They thought that by pressuring the academy would definitely punish Lin Ling. However, it seemed that it was useless. Lin Ling, let me tell you, you can't leave here today. The teachers could not do anything to Lin Ling, but many of the students were indignant. Among them, Duan Tianzhan was the leader. Duan Tianzhan was the disciple of the Duan family. Ordinary people had to respect him. However, he had been humiliated and stripped naked by Lin Ling on the hidden fog island. How could he take this lying down? However, in the face of Duan Tianzhan's anger, Lin Ling was still indifferent. Duan Tianzhan, I stripped you naked, but you don't seem to be happy about it. You should know that not everyone has the opportunity to be stripped naked by me. Moreover, I feel that you seem to enjoy being stripped naked. Perhaps some people have a habit of being naked. Although Lin Ling was indifferent, he saw that Duan Tianzhan was being overbearing. Hence, Lin Ling still said it nonchalantly. This sentence undoubtedly made Duan Tianzhan tremble in anger. He did not have a habit of being naked. Alright, stop pretending. Let me tell you, if I, Lin Ling, am not as good as you on the hidden fog island, what would happen to me? At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. If you are not as powerful as me, I will make you kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. I will use all the humiliation in my life on you. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Duan Tianzhan immediately roared in anger. That's right. So, stop pretending to be innocent. Since you want to humiliate me, why should I give you face on the hidden fog island? To put it bluntly, it's not strength that decides everything. I can only say that you, Duan Tianzhan, are a piece of trash. Your skills were inferior, so you were humiliated. You'd better swallow this humiliation obediently. You. Duan Tianzhan gritted his teeth. Although he knew that, how could he not do anything when Lin Ling stripped him naked and hung him on the street? What a sharp tongue. If that's the case, if I humiliate you and you are not as powerful as me, you will have to accept the humiliation. However, at this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then, the crowd parted. A handsome man riding a dazzling warhorse slowly walked out. This person's strength was obviously extraordinary. The moment he appeared, even the teachers from the various academies could feel the intense pressure. For Talisman God's holy night. Many teachers said solemnly. Although they were teachers of the academies, most of them were God's messengers. The God's holy knight was an expert who was above them. They were also known as God's knights. Could that be Duan Tianzhan's half-brother, Duan Wuzhan? The students from the various academies started to guess. Their eyes were filled with respect. Brother. After seeing the young man, Duan Tianzhan could not help but laugh. The young man nodded. His eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling. Of course, he had heard of Lin Ling. He was an arrogant junior in Jianghu. He had countless enemies and had even killed Duan Yi from the Duan family. He could not understand how such an ant could survive until now. You are Duan Wuzhan. At this moment, Lin Ling was also looking at Duan Wuzhan. His heart couldn't help but become serious. Duan Wuzhan's strength was indeed extraordinary. He was at the intermediate martial ancestor realm, but his talent had already surpassed the rank 5 realm. It could be said that Lin Ling was no match for such a strong opponent. That's right. After seeing me, you must be very surprised. Duan Wuzhan said lightly when he saw Lin Ling looking at him. His expression was filled with pride. Seeing this, Lin Ling was stunned. Then, he could not help but laugh. You are really arrogant. Although you are a little strong, compared to Duan Wuhan from the Duan family, you are still a little weaker. You must be Duan Wuhan's little brother. You are courting death. Duan Wuzhan obviously did not expect Lin Ling to dare say that to him. He thought that Lin Ling would only admire and respect him. After all, he was a 4-talisman holy knight. How could a mere Lin Ling look up to him? Am I wrong? However, among the Duan family's holy knights, I have heard of Duan Wuhan. As for you, I am sorry. I have not heard of you. Even Ningbo Tao from the new heavenly court seems to be more famous than you. Seeing that Duan Wuzhan was obviously angry, Lin Ling said lightly again. I have long heard that the son of the devil has a glib tongue. Today, I have seen that your reputation is not undeserved. However, what is the use of saying so much? Today, in front of absolute strength, if I want you to die, you will die. Suddenly, Duan Wuzhan laughed loudly. There was a tinge of arrogance in his words. A 3-meter-long purple dragon broadsword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the teachers of the various academies. Do you think that they can protect you? Believe it or not, I can kill you in front of them and they will not dare to have any objections. Domineering. This was the domineering aura of a holy knight. With powerful strength, he dared to look down on the academies. The teachers of the various academies were all silent. Only the teachers of the Wind Snow Academy had ugly expressions. These people from the Duan family were too arrogant. They actually dared to touch Lin Ling in front of the Wind Snow Academy. Do you believe it or not? Seeing that no one dared to speak, Duan Wuzhan said again. Do you believe it or not, son of the devil Lin Ling? When Duan Tianzhan saw that his big brother was in high spirits, he also clamored. He stared at Lin Ling, his eyes full of the light of, "You are dead." He obviously knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he had informed his big brother earlier. Now, he just wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. Sir, no matter what conflicts there are between the students, it is a matter between the various academies. As an outsider, you are interfering in these matters. This is somewhat against the rules. Moreover, this will also implicate the academy that Duan Tianzhan is in. Others will mock them for being incompetent and having to rely on outsiders for help. Chapter 35-23. Using his head to block the blade. None of your business. I like it. What can you do to me? Humph. But who knew that Duan Wuzhan's blade would shoot out a purple flame that turned into a wall of flames in front of the teacher? The teacher's face turned pale and he didn't dare to say anything. None of your business. I can't beat him, so I called my brother. If you don't agree, you can call your brother. If not, then shut up. Humph. Duan Tianzhan wasn't ashamed. Instead, he was proud and arrogant. The teachers of Snow Wind Academy didn't dare to say anything. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, especially those who had a grudge against Lin Ling. They were the happiest and couldn't wait to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself. Good. Humph. In the hidden fog island, Master Qing Yun couldn't help but laugh. You asked me before that if you killed me in front of them, they wouldn't dare to have any objections. Now I'll tell you that you're dreaming. Humph. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell silent. Not only the students, but all the teachers were stunned. Lin Ling meant that Duan Wuzhan couldn't touch Lin Ling? What a joke. Duan Wuzhan was a 4-talisman god paladin and was stronger than the teachers. How could Lin Ling fight against him? Even if he cut Lin Ling into 17 or 18 pieces, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to resist at all. You said I can't touch you? Duan Wuzhan was stunned, then he laughed loudly. Clang! He raised his saber and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. I can kill you with a single slash, and you say I can't touch you? I'm sure you can't touch me. However, Lin Ling smiled and shrugged. Looking at him, he was completely fearless. At this moment, even the teachers of Snow City frowned. Based on the current situation, if Duan Wuxian really wanted to kill Lin Ling, he wouldn't hesitate at all. No one could stop him. So, what kind of trick was Lin Ling playing? Deliberately mystifying things. Brother, kill him. Duan Tianzhan frowned and immediately shouted angrily. He didn't believe that a mere Lin Ling could stop his brother. Duan Wuxian nodded, his eyes cold. Of him. Duan Wuxian roared. His whole body was covered with purple light, and a terrifying aura burst out. Not only was this person talented, but his ancestral power was also extremely powerful. He was worthy of being one of the twin prides who shared the same reputation as Duan Wuhen. He held the purple broadsword as if he was holding a dragon. With a speed beyond everyone's imagination, he pounced on Lin Ling. Dead, dead. At this moment, many people began to shake their heads. That frightening broadsword slashed down from the sky and smoothly landed on Lin Ling's head. This time, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Ling, was he dead? In fact, some of them had heard of Lin Ling's name and knew that Lin Ling was a thorn in the side of many big forces. However, there was a mysterious force around Lin Ling that seemed to be quietly protecting him. Otherwise, based on the people Lin Ling had offended, he would have been dead long ago. But now, this mysterious force didn't seem to appear. Clang! The purple broadsword landed on Lin Ling's head with a deafening sound. However, many people saw that Lin Ling's head was extremely hard and had blocked the purple broadsword. No, 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 that's not right. That's not Lin Ling's head. But soon, someone realized that something was wrong. That was because a burly man had appeared in front of Lin Ling and was using his head to block the sharp saber. He must be crazy. Someone was using his head to block the saber. That was not an ordinary saber, but a full-strength saber of a middle-stage martial progenitor. Who would use their head to block the saber unless they were crazy? What a powerful saber. It seems like he's really trying to kill him. However, he's right. He won't die. No one can kill him. While the crowd was still in shock, the man who had blocked the saber for Lin Ling finally turned around slowly. That man was tall and burly. A terrifying aura rolled around his body like a tide in clouds. He touched his severed head and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Plop! His appearance undoubtedly caused the hearts of the surrounding people to tremble incessantly. Duan Wuxian's pupils trembled violently. What was going on? Someone had really saved Lin Ling. Lin Ling really couldn't be killed. Moreover, that man was crazy. He had actually used his head to block the saber for Lin Ling. You asked Lin Ling before if anyone could touch him. Now, let me tell you. No, not a single person. That man's gaze turned and landed on Duan Wuxian. His hoarse voice made Duan Wuxian tremble subconsciously. That was because Duan Wuxian sensed a terrifying power from that man. It was a power that could easily kill him. Lin Ling had such an expert by his side. Slap! Duan Wuxian quietly took a step back, his face unusually pale. Even Duan Tianzhan took a step back. Unless they were idiots, they definitely knew that they were in trouble. Senior. As Duan Wuxian retreated, he spoke anxiously. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, a hand reached out and grabbed Duan Wuxian's neck in an instant. Beside Duan Wuxian, Duan Tianzhan's legs went weak, and he almost wet himself. However, at that moment, another hand grabbed Duan Tianzhan's neck. Believe it or not, I only need to move my hand, and the two of you will be turned into ashes. That man had a hideous smile on his face as he held one person in each hand. As for Duan Wuxian and his brother, they couldn't say a word. They could only continue to tremble. Not long ago, they had held Lin Ling's life in their hands. Duan Tianzhan even thought that not only could he wash away his shame, but he could also kill Lin Ling here. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling didn't die. Instead, they were threatened by an expert. City Lord Tsang, do me a favor and let them go. However, at that moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded in the sky. So it's the Duan clan leader. However, why should I do you a favor? The mysterious man suddenly raised his head and smiled faintly as he looked into the distance. He seemed to have guessed who the owner of the voice was. The disciples of the Duan clan are ignorant. You are a magnanimous person. Please let them go this time. As for the inconvenience this time, the Duan clan will bear all the consequences. How about that? The ethereal voice sounded in the sky again. Hearing that, the mysterious man didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling in the distance. As for Lin Ling, he was deep in thought, causing the outside of the hidden fog island to suddenly fall into a dead silence. Chapter 35-24. The Dragon Ball was in their hands. Although they did not know what had happened, they guessed from the mysterious man's conversation that the master of the Duan clan was here. Most importantly, the master of the Duan clan was here, but he did not flare up. Instead, he gave the mysterious man face. For a moment, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to have such a big face. Even Master Qing Yun and the others in the hidden fog island were terrified. They realized that they had been implicated in a big conspiracy. The conspiracy was so big that it was not something they could meddle in. Pay 50 billion royal crystals and we'll drop the matter. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Did you hear that? 50 billion royal crystals. The mysterious man smiled and said to the sky. Okay, 50 billion royal crystals. It won't be long before someone delivers it to Snow City. Now, let them go. The voice in the sky agreed immediately. I hope the master of the Duan clan won't go back on his words. The mysterious man opened his arms and let Duan Wuzhan and the others go. Duan Wuzhan and the others immediately started coughing violently. After a while, they raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. They naturally knew who had come, but they hadn't expected that such a great figure would still compromise with Lin Ling. This was too shocking. Go back. The man in the sky said coldly. Duan Wuzhan and the others did not dare to say anything and quickly left. However, they were more and more shocked. They did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Lin Ling, oh, Lin Ling, he was not simple, just like the rumors said. Of course, not only Duan Wuzhan and his brother, but also the experts from the Duan clan were surprised. They did not expect that Zhang Qiri would go to such lengths for Lin Ling. Although he had heard about it, after seeing it with his own eyes, he was sure that Lin Ling was not simple in the final world. He's gone, just like that. Am I dreaming? Not only did Duan Wuzhan not teach Lin Ling a lesson, but he was also extorted a large sum of money. This script is completely different from what I imagined. The students of the various academies still couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Only Lin Ling knew that all of this was possible. This was because he had predicted that there would be trouble if he left the hidden fog island. Therefore, he had already informed Governor Tsang and the others. The truth was just as he had guessed. Go back. Lin Ling thanked Zhang Qiri and then took Yu and the others back to Snow-Blowing City. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others had just returned to Snow-Blowing City. At the gate of Snow-Blowing City, several figures had already been waiting there. Among them, a little girl blinked her big eyes and looked very expectant. When she saw Yu and the others, she immediately ran out excitedly. Sister Yu, Sister Gu, Xiaoyu has been waiting for you for a long time. The little girl who rushed out was Xiaoyu. She knew that Lin Ling had gone to pick up Yu and the others, so she had been waiting here for a few days. Xiao Yu. Yes. Seeing the cute little girl, Yu and the others were very happy. They immediately rushed over and carried Xiao Yu. Hee, Yu, go, is here. Yes. Dou Kening and Kenjian also smiled. Lin Ling, since you came to the final world, you have been staying here. Yu and the others carried Xiao Yu and greeted Dou Kening and the others. Then, they followed Lin Ling into Snow-Blowing City. Yu and the others were undoubtedly very curious about Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling smiled and then roughly told them what had happened in the final world. Then, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others to the courtyard where they were staying. As soon as they entered, Yu and the others immediately felt that the courtyard was extraordinary. The two girls couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Ling explained to them that Yu and the others should stay in the courtyard for a period of time. It was absolutely helpful for the improvement of their talent. Yu and the others naturally agreed to this because they also wanted to stay by Lin Ling's side. A few days later, the Duan family also sent people to deliver royal crystals, not one less. This sum of royal crystals was enough for Lin Ling to reach the 9th level of the Sage Realm. However, he didn't use it for cultivation for the time being. Instead, he continued to wait for another day. A day later, the old woman finally returned. This time, the old woman returned with a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was one of the rarest treasures in 9 regions. It was not produced by the dragon clan, and even if it was the dragon clan, ordinary dragon god level dragons would not be able to produce the dragon pearl. Only the king of dragon god level dragons could produce it. For example, in the Rainbow World, the ghost dragon god that Lin Ling met was at the king of dragon gods and had the strength of a martial god. Only such a giant could produce a dragon pearl. And the dragon pearl could greatly improve the dragon god's bloodline, especially the pure dragon pearl. The effect of the dragon pearl was even more obvious. As expected of Lei Gong, he even has a dragon pearl. After receiving the dragon pearl from the old woman, Lin Ling was undoubtedly extremely excited. Because this dragon pearl could greatly improve his dragon god's bloodline. This is Lei Gong's reward for you. Lei Gong once said that as long as you complete the mission, you can obtain any treasure. When the old woman saw that Lin Ling was very excited, she couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Ling. Moreover, Lei Gong's second divine trial mission has also appeared. It is to make you become the first in Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 Hall. Following that, the old woman told him the mission that Lei Gong had given her. Divine 3 Halls first. Lin Ling immediately narrowed his eyes. He also knows a little about how powerful Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 Hall is. If given another 8 or 10 years, Lin Ling is confident that he can become the first in Divine 3 Hall. But at present, he still lacks confidence. However, he now has the Dragon Pearl, which can greatly improve the Dragon God's talent, so it is not impossible for him to become the first in Divine 3 Hall. After chatting with the old woman for a long time, Lin Ling also entered into a state of cultivation. At present, I have 5 Dantian, but there are only 3 kinds of truly powerful talents. For example, the help that the spacetime divine steel brings is getting smaller and smaller, so if there is a chance, it would be good to find a more powerful talent. Dragon Pearl, I wonder what level my Dragon God's talent can reach with this Dragon Pearl. A bright ball appeared in Lin Ling's hand. From time to time, this ball exudes a rich dragon aura, and if one looked carefully, one can see that inside the transparent crystal ball, there is a dragon shape, rolling and roaring inside the ball. It's really amazing. I wonder if there are many of these dragon pearls in the Dragon Clan. If I have the opportunity to go to the Dragon Clan, that would be great. Staring at the ball, Lin Ling could not help but lick his lips. He wanted to refine the Dragon Pearl, but at this time, Zhang Qiri's voice suddenly came, with a hint of anxiety. Lin Ling, the current Miao Emperor invites you to see him. Chapter 35-25. Miao Divine Palace. After hearing this news, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked because he didn't seem to have any connection with this Miao Emperor. City Lord Tsang, in your opinion, should I go visit this Miao Emperor? Lin Ling wasn't too familiar with Miao Emperor, so he asked for Tsang Chiri's opinion. I'm guessing that Miao Di wants to see you because he wants to confirm something. That is, whether you are a challenger or not. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I think it's better to go see him. Maybe you can get some treasures. Tsang Chiri pondered for a moment and finally agreed with Lin Ling's decision. The old woman was also the same. Since these two seniors agreed, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. Thus, the matter of refining the dragon pearl could only be delayed for now. The next day, under the lead of the old woman, Lin Ling also walked in the direction of Miaozhou Imperial Palace. This trip invited all of Lin Ling's people, so Xiaoyu, Yuyu, and the others also went. Tsang Chiri took out the Fire Phoenix Palace and carried Lin Ling's group forward. Along the way, he explained the power of Miao Emperor in the final world. In the final world, the number one clan was undoubtedly the Duan clan. The number one sect was the true inheritance of Miao Emperor, the only sect recognized by the final world. However, this sect was not a gathering place for martial artists, but for boundary masters. As for the number one dynasty, it was the Miao dynasty. This Miao Emperor's strength was just as Lin Ling had guessed. He was the number one god emperor in the 9 provinces. His strength shook the 9 provinces. He was also one of the 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces, known as martial god Qingning. What, this Miao Emperor is also one of the 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces? This news shocked Lin Ling. He was keenly aware that the martial god realm was a huge barrier. Many people would spend their entire lives stuck at the martial god realm, such as the 9th god Ai and the ghost dragon god he had encountered in the Rainbow World. The martial gods were also divided into strong and weak. The strongest and most famous 10 were none other than the 10 great martial gods of the 9 provinces. And now, Miao Di was also one of the top 10 martial gods. It seems like the Miao Prefecture God Emperor is from a completely different world from the other 9 prefectures. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Just the Flame Emperor of the Yen state alone could be dealt with by Lin Ling. However, against the Miao Emperor of the Miao state, even 100 Lin Lings wouldn't be a match for him. The gap between them was clear to see. The waters of the final world are very deep. Many people have powerful backgrounds, so in the final world, powerful martial artists don't dare to easily kill weak martial artists. This is because if you attack a weak martial artist today, an even more powerful martial artist will come to kill you tomorrow. So in the Miao Prefecture, strength is sometimes not the most important thing. Instead, one's background and relationships are sometimes the most important. Tsang Chiri explained. What he meant was that this Miao Di probably had a powerful background. Lin Ling had heard Tsang Chiri's words many times. Sometimes, relationships were more important than strength. The waters of the final world are indeed very deep. Even the new Heavenly Court and the Flying Dragon Organization know that I am in the final world, but they still don't dare to touch me. This shows that they are afraid of me. Lin Ling secretly said. The Fire Phoenix Palace followed the sky and quickly flew towards the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. In fact, the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty was one of the 36 main cities. However, it was the largest and most magnificent of all the main cities. Moreover, it also had an academy called the Miao Divine Academy, which was ranked at the top of the 36 academies. After a long time, when Lin Ling's group arrived at the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty, they were all attracted by the magnificence of the Divine Dynasty. Here, the tall buildings reached the sky. The style of the buildings was like that of a divine tower. The top of each tower was shining with a treasure light. The light was connected from end to end and covered the entire Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. This treasure light seemed to be a powerful defensive light shield, which could protect the entire Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty from attack. When Lin Ling's group landed, they immediately saw a large number of guards in silver armor walking back and forth. These guards were not weak. When they wore silver armor, they looked like the holy knights of God. "Who are you?" When Lin Ling's group was about to enter the city, a guard shouted in a dignified manner. Zhang Qiri, the governor of Snow City, was invited by Miao Di to visit the divine dynasty. Zhang Qiri immediately said, "Oh." Hearing this, the guards immediately looked up and down at Zhang Qiri's group. Then, as if they had confirmed something, the leader finally waved his hand. Zhang Qiri was one of the governors of the 36 main cities. Naturally, they did not dare to slight him. Zhang Qiri led Lin Ling's group into the main cities. After entering, Lin Ling's group found that the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty was much bigger than Snow City. Moreover, there were many experts, including martial ancestor realm experts. Of course, Lin Ling also saw many existences with 5th-grade ultimate wild bodies. Although martial ancestor realm experts were rare, they were not rare in the final world. However, martial ancestor realm experts with 5th-grade ultimate wild bodies were extremely rare. It could be said that martial ancestor realm experts with 5th-grade ultimate wild bodies were the only ones that Lin Ling needed to be wary of. For him, such experts were the real martial ancestor realm experts. As expected of the imperial city under Miao Di, there are indeed many experts. Lin Ling said as he led Yu and the others forward. Yes, if such people were placed in the 9 prefectures, they would be godlike existences. The final world is indeed the world of gods. There are so many experts. Yu and the others also exclaimed. They felt that their horizons had been broadened. This way. The old woman was apparently not surprised. She led Lin Ling and the others forward. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the imperial palace of the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. Upon closer inspection, the imperial palace was also filled with countless divine beasts. The flowers and plants in the garden were all rare treasures of the 9 prefectures. The guards and maids in the imperial palace were all experts. Even the weakest one had a wild body. This imperial palace is one of the oldest imperial palaces in the 9 prefectures. In the past, this imperial palace was where the gods lived. The old woman also stared at the imperial palace and murmured. No wonder this imperial palace always gives me a sacred and ancient feeling. I'm afraid this imperial palace is already alive. Lin Ling sensed a powerful aura from this ancient imperial palace. Come in. The old woman nodded. She took out her identity jade token and greeted the guards. Then, she led Lin Ling and the others into the imperial palace. The imperial palace was majestic and grand. There were people entering and leaving one after another. Today, Miao Di held a banquet and invited heroes from all over. That person over there must be the Supreme Battle Monarch. That's right. The Supreme Battle Monarch has lived in seclusion for 10,000 years. Those over there must be Marquis Pingbei's residence. Legend has it that this residence gave birth to 8 palace god sacred knights. Look, that's the Grand Tutor's people. Along the way, voices of discussion could be heard. Chapter 35-26. Impudent. Hey, that guy over there, if I'm not wrong, he should be the son of Devil, Lin Ling. The son of Devil, Lin Ling? The enemy of the new heavenly court? I heard that he offended the Duan family. That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to be qualified to come to the Miao Prefecture's divine palace. Suddenly, an old man looked at Lin Ling with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so famous that someone would recognize him in the Miao Emperor's territory of the final world. However, he didn't pay much attention to it and led Yu and the others into the palace. Inside the palace, immortal energy was faintly discernible. It didn't look like a palace in the mortal world, but more like a divine palace. Not only was it vast and majestic, but there were also many chelants, divine tigers, and other beasts lying on the ground. It was majestic. Huge pillars were placed on the ground, supporting the entire palace. At this moment, a large number of people were standing in the palace, and their strength was monstrous. Lin Ling saw the new heavenly court, the Flying Dragon organization, and other major forces of the 9 prefectures. However, in front of the experts of the final world, these major forces were much more low-key. Duke Taiping has arrived. Eastern Deity King has arrived. Not long after, loud voices rang out from time to time as more and more people walked into the palace. Son of Devil, Lin Ling has arrived. When someone announced Lin Ling's name, the vast palace was momentarily silent. It was obvious that many people were hearing this name for the first time, and their expressions were somewhat puzzled. As for those who had heard of Lin Ling's name, their eyes flickered as if they were extremely surprised. Lin Ling's expression was calm, neither arrogant nor humble. Miao Emperor has arrived. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly spread throughout the entire palace. Greetings, Miao Emperor. Everyone bowed slightly, and put their palms together. It was obvious that Miao Emperor's status was extremely high in the Miao prefecture, and he could be called the #1 god. Except for those top experts, everyone who saw him was like seeing the emperor. This was something that was impossible to see in the other 9 prefectures. In other words, the god emperors of the Miao prefecture were not on the same level as the god emperors of the other 9 prefectures. Among the crowd, Lin Ling was also a little surprised. This was because he had not seen such a scene in many years. If he remembered correctly, when he was in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, when he met the second prince and the others, he also bowed like this. Later on, Lin Ling's, strength continuously grew stronger. The emperors he encountered, he did not place them in his eyes at all. Therefore, Lin Ling did not bow this time. He only cupped his fists slightly. Seeing him like this, Yu, Dou Xianing, and the others also cupped their fists slightly without bowing. Although they were standing in a corner, Miaodi's power allowed him to see everything clearly. This must be the son of devil, Lin Ling. You're quite bold, daring to not salute me in the final world. Miaodi's eyes flickered as he secretly said. In the final world, apart from the gods, everything else was his people, unless there was a special existence. Today, he wanted to see Lin Ling, and a large part of the reason was to see if Lin Ling was such a special existence. At this moment, many people noticed Lin Ling's actions and could not help but show a gloating smile. The son of devil, Lin Ling, is quite bold. Even our Duan clan has to salute him here. He actually wants to let things go by just cupping his fists. He's really bold. Don't worry, someone will teach him a lesson. Many people started whispering to each other. How dare you, City Lord of Snow City, Zhangqiri, not salute Miaodi when you see him today? How dare you, Lin Ling, the son of devil, defy the laws of the gods? You met the god emperor in the Miao prefecture divine palace but did not salute him. How dare you? After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke. The Grand Tutor. He was a highly respected figure in the Miao prefecture divine dynasty who had met the god emperor before. His identity and status were extremely high. He was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. He wore a gorgeous robe and his hair was neatly combed. He was full of majesty. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, and the gloating smile on their faces deepened. However, Lin Ling had already expected this scene. He knew that someone would take this opportunity to suppress him. He immediately took a step forward and said, "Old man, who are you? Why do you say that I defy the laws of the gods and defy the laws of the gods? In my opinion, you are the one who is defying the laws of the gods." As soon as he said this, the entire divine palace suddenly fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant that he dared to speak in front of the god emperor. How impudent! Who gave him the courage? In my opinion, This kind of person who despises the majesty of the God Emperor should be beheaded in public. That's right. The Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty is the ultimate world of the 9 prefectures. If etiquette is abolished, how will others view the Miao Prefecture? After a moment of silence, many people pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded him. It seemed that they wanted to behead Lin Ling in public. Seeing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He didn't know many of them, but he could roughly guess the origins of a few of them. One of them was the Flying Dragon Organization, another was the New Heavenly Court, and the last was the Duan clan. These 3 enemies couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die, so how could they give up this opportunity? Lin Ling smiled faintly and said slowly, "Bullshit. You said that this young master is looking down on the God's order, but I think you are the ones who are looking down on the God's order and ignoring Lord Miao Di. Lord Miao Di hasn't even spoken yet, so what are you talking about? Do you think you are Miao Di? Nonsense." Hearing Lin Ling's words, those who accused Lin Ling immediately panicked. They were so angry that their teeth creaked. They had long heard of Lin Ling's sharp tongue. Today, they saw that it was indeed as sharp as the rumors said. Presumptuous. The Divine Emperor's Great Hall is majestic and sacred. It's fine if you don't salute and defy the Divine Emperor, but you even call yourself a young master. Do you still have any respect for the Divine Emperor? At this time, another person reprimanded Lin Ling. It seemed that he was a member of the Duan clan. "Don't bullshit me. I will call myself whatever I want. If you don't agree, then get lost. Also, you said that I don't have any respect for the Divine Emperor. What a joke. The Divine Emperor is in your heart. What's the use of having him in your heart? Could it be that in your heart, the Divine Emperor is only barely worthy of your attention?" Lin Ling sneered again and looked at the person who spoke. The entire Divine Palace immediately quieted down. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. In front of the Divine Emperor, he called himself a young master. That was fine, but he was so reasonable. Did he think that the Divine Palace of Miaozhou belonged to his family? Moreover, the seniors of the Duan clan and the Grand Tutor were all being scolded by him. This son of Devil Lin Ling was too arrogant. "Tsang Chiri, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Right at this moment, Miao Di, who'd remained silent until now, finally spoke. Chapter 35-27. Trial Taker. However, everyone could see that Emperor Miao was angry. If Emperor Miao was angry, then Lin Ling was dead meat. For a moment, the Grand Tutor, the Duan family, and the others were silent. They sneered and wanted to see how Lin Ling would face the upcoming situation. Emperor Miao. At this moment, Tsang Chiri looked at the Emperor God and was about to speak. "Lord Tsang, let me do it." However, Lin Ling spoke before him and stepped forward. He looked at Emperor Miao in the silver light and was secretly surprised. With his demon eyes of all things, he could not see through Emperor Miao's strength. This Emperor God of the final world was extraordinary. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of him. He put one hand behind his back and a jade token appeared in his right hand. Then, he reached out with his left hand and gently wrote a few words on the jade token. Then, he threw the jade token to Emperor Miao. Everyone looked at Lin Ling's actions and was confused for a moment. However, the experts of the Duan family sneered. Lin Ling had angered Emperor Miao. Did he think that he could fool him by writing a few words? In his dreams. In fact, even Emperor Miao thought so. He snorted and took Lin Ling's jade token and glanced at it casually. In the next moment, his dignified face quietly changed. Furthermore, he raised his head to look at Lin Ling, his brows tightly knitted together. As the number 1 Emperor God of the final world, he had been used to being unfazed even if the sky fell. Even the great divine demon war could not move him in the slightest. However, the 3 words on Lin Ling's jade token caused waves in his heart. The people around were also staring at Emperor Miao. After seeing Emperor Miao's expression, many immediately felt that something was wrong. What was written on the jade token? Why did Emperor Miao have such a reaction? You are a trial taker. Emperor Miao ignored everyone's doubts and looked at Lin Ling solemnly. It's written clearly on the jade token. Unless Emperor Miao can't read. Lin Ling replied calmly. How is that possible? Hearing this, Emperor Miao's expression changed again. He stared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Do you think I dare to use the name of a trial taker? Hearing this, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Miao Di's heart finally let out a roar as he looked at Lin Ling with a hint of awe. Others might not know what a trial taker was, but as Miao Di, he naturally knew what a trial taker represented. It represented the trial takers of God. Takers of the trial takers, takers of the God of gods Miao. Emperor Miao Miao, Miao Miao, Miao Miao, Miao, Emperor Miao's Miao God. God Miao. Emperor Miao's heart continued to rumble as he gripped the jade token. A moment later, he looked at Lin Ling and smiled. There were many misunderstandings before. I hope Your Excellency Lin Ling doesn't mind. Boom. As soon as these words fell, everyone in the palace felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Miao Di actually told Lin Ling not to care. Lin Ling was so lawless that it wouldn't be too much to kill him. However, not only did Emperor Miao not convict Lin Ling, he even apologized to Lin Ling. For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts. Some people began to speculate in their hearts. Some people were still confused. Some of them had heard of trial takers before, so they looked at Lin Ling with awe. Earlier, some people acted lawlessly and thought that they were Emperor Miao. Emperor Miao didn't even have to say anything and he already wanted to convict me. Does this count as looking down on the laws of the gods? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly opened his mouth and stared at the Grand Tutor. What nonsense are you talking about? The Grand Tutor's face turned angry. A mere Lin Ling dared to bite back at him. He was too bold. What I said is obvious to everyone. Could it be that some big shot thinks he's in a high position, so he's lying through his teeth and is determined not to plead guilty? Lin Ling said again. Your Majesty, don't listen to this child's nonsense. I have always been loyal to Your Majesty and have never had the thought of offending my superiors. The Grand Tutor ignored Lin Ling and looked at Emperor Miao instead. He didn't believe that Emperor Miao would help a mere Lin Ling. Because everyone knew that Lin Ling was putting a hat on him and saying some groundless accusations. Therefore, unless Emperor Miao was stupid, he would never believe Lin Ling's words. However, he looked at Emperor Miao expectantly, but Emperor Miao frowned and didn't speak. This time, the Grand Tutor finally realized that something was wrong. Everyone's eyes narrowed. From this point, it could be seen that Emperor Miao was going to help Lin Ling. The trial taker's power was truly extraordinary. It made Emperor Miao openly help an outsider. And if Emperor Miao were to help Lin Ling, then those who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson would all suffer at this moment. In fact, Emperor Miao was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He naturally didn't want to make things difficult for his own people. However, Lin Ling was a trial taker, and it was unknown which god's trial taker was. If it was a tyrannical god, then Emperor Miao wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, Emperor Miao was in a dilemma. He wanted to help but didn't dare to. Deceiving the masses with your lies. Lin Ling, do you dare to take the test of the golden light? If you can pass the test of the golden light, then it proves that you are sincere to Miao Emperor. We have slandered you before, but if you can't, then it means that you are deceiving the masses with your lies and attempting to pollute the sky of Miao Prefecture. At this moment, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Then, a young man walked out. This young man was wearing black armor. He had a dragon on his left shoulder and a tiger on his right. He was tall and sturdy. He stood there quietly with an awe-inspiring divine aura. This person's name was Huang Fuyile. He was the son of the Grand Tutor and an expert of Miao Prefecture's Shenzhen Hall. And for the sake of fairness, I will take the test of the golden light with you. Let's see who falls first. The one who falls first means that his heart isn't sincere enough. How about it? After Huang Fu Yile walked out, he immediately looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, "Golden light with the golden light?" Everyone immediately began to discuss. The so-called golden light with the golden light was a divine light left behind by a war god in Miao Prefecture. This war god was once wronged by Emperor Miao. He was unwilling to be wronged, so he used his death to wash away his crime. After his death, he left the golden light with the golden light. It was said that as long as one could withstand the golden light, they would be sincere to Emperor Miao. The golden light became the symbol of sincerity in Miao Prefecture's divine dynasty. Golden light with the golden light. Zhang Qiri was stunned. Then, he quickly reacted and shook his head, saying, "Lin Ling, you can't. If you refuse, it means that what you did before was slander. Slandering a meritorious official in Miao Prefecture's divine dynasty, you should be punished." However, Huang Fu Yile immediately shouted angrily. He wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Ling. He wanted to send Lin Ling to the 18th level of hell. "You're really thick-skinned. I can see that you're also an advanced martial ancestor with a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. If you compare the golden light with Lin Ling, you'll definitely last longer than him. At that time, you'll also say that you're more sincere than Lin Ling." Chapter 35-28. Luo Wen Golden Light. A glint flashed across Huang Fu Yile's eyes when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. In fact, he was planning to use his strength to suppress Lin Ling and force Lin Ling to lose to him. However, since things had already progressed to this point, he didn't mind and smiled. There has to be a winner in everything. Unless you, Lin Ling, admit that you're slandering us, then we'll drop this matter. It was obvious that he was trying to force Lin Ling into a battle. Seeing this, the old woman wanted to refuse on behalf of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling suddenly laughed and said, "Luo Wen Golden Light, a divine light that tests one's sincerity. Interesting, I'll also bet with you, let's see who's lying. You've got guts." Huang Fu Yile was stunned for a moment, then he revealed an excited smile. Lin Ling actually dared to compete with him. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Even Miao Di was stunned. He didn't understand why Lin Ling would agree. The so-called Luo Wen Golden Light not only tested one's sincerity, but it also tested one's talent. If one's talent wasn't strong enough, they would be easily injured by the Luo Wen Golden Light. The reason why Huang Fu Yile dared to compete with Lin Ling wasn't because of his sincerity, but because Huang Fu Yidao was stronger than Lin Ling. Huang Fu Yile, Miaoshan Institute's God Ranking Lists expert, with the title of God's Emissary, ranked 362nd. The others also looked at Huang Fu Yile solemnly. God Ranking List. This was a ranking list that recorded all the experts in the 36 Institute's God Ranking Halls. It was said that even the God Ranking Hall's number 1 disciple might not be able to enter the God Ranking List. Only those who were ranked among the top and had the title of God's Emissary could enter the God Ranking List. And Huang Fu Yile was one of them. Open the divine light. Grand Elder Fu was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his word, thus he immediately shouted. Someone took out a huge jade bottle. This jade bottle was 2 meters tall, and it was sparkling and translucent. It looked extremely extraordinary, and there was an incantation on the jade bottle. Someone chanted the incantation, and the jade bottle suddenly floated up. A divine light shot out from the mouth of the jade bottle and enveloped Huang Fu Yile and Lin Ling. This was the Luo pattern golden light. It was a strand of divine light left behind by the death of a war god. Light. And Luo Feng's body's qi appeared. Lin Ling's eyes, his body's strength, soul, and realm essence, his body, his physical strength, his soul, and his realm essence, they were all suppressed. The only thing that could withstand this divine light was talent. Of course, when Miao Di, but Miao Di was, Miao Miao Miao, Miao Miao, Miao Di. However, Lin Ling believed that Huangfu Yao wasn't the same as well. Huangfu Yao was merely relying on Lin Ling's higher talent and cultivation base. Lin Ling, you've lost for sure. Huangfu Yao was enveloped by the divine light and also felt the enormous pressure. However, he believed that Lin Ling was under greater pressure than him. What he needed to do now was to see Lin Ling lose faster than him. He didn't know that Lin Ling dared to experience the divine light's tempering because he had the dragon pearl. Lin Ling planned to borrow the pressure of the Luo Wen golden light to refine the dragon pearl and greatly improve his dragon god bloodline. The Luo Wen golden light didn't care about realm essence. What it cared about was talent, so it was just right to stimulate the dragon pearl. As time passed, the pressure on the two became greater and greater. Pooh! Suddenly, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was illuminated by the golden light and showed signs of being corroded. This made Yu and company shout anxiously. However, the old woman stopped them. Lin Ling had already agreed to the match, so no one could disturb Lin Ling. She could only hope that Lin Ling could last longer under the Luo Wen golden light. Lin Ling, where's your sincere heart? Huangfu Yao could not help but laugh out loud when he saw Lin Ling injured. He was extremely happy because Lin Ling had agreed to compete with him. He was simply courting death. As long as he defeated Lin Ling, he would receive his father's reward and become famous in the final world. This was killing two birds with one stone. It was too easy for Huangfu Yao. However, as time passed, Huangfu Yao began to feel the pressure. He only had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body, so he could not ignore the Luo Wen golden light. Fall, trash, quickly fall for me. Of course, Huangfu Yao believed that Lin Ling would fall faster than him. Pooh! And in fact, Lin Ling had spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked extremely dispirited. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could continue. Perhaps in the next moment, Lin Ling would be defeated. Only Lin Ling sensed that under the envelopment of the divine light, his dragon god bloodline was rapidly improving. The dragon pearl was also rapidly being refined. It was as if there was a dragon roaring in his body. The heavenly dragon's bone and the supreme nether wind dragon's talent were advancing towards 2nd grade at the same time. As for the spacetime divine steel, it was kept by Lin Ling. This was because if he used it, the pressure Lin Ling would experience would be greatly reduced. However, this was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. This was because Lin Ling needed this pressure. Pooh! After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was corroded with thousands of holes. It was too horrible to look at. The surrounding people fell silent. In the beginning, they were all watching a good show. However, they gradually realized that Lin Ling had actually held on for so long. Was all this to prove his sincerity? Even if Lin Ling was a trash, he was still a trash worthy of respect. He was indomitable, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. When they looked at Huangfu Yao again, his entire body had begun to tremble. His pupils were constantly flickering, as if he could not believe that Lin Ling had not fallen yet. One had to know that his cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, and his talent was stronger than Lin Ling's. He was also an expert on the divine list. How could he lose to a mere Lin Ling? Could it be that Lin Ling really had a heart of sincerity? No, this was impossible. For a time, Huangfu Yao was slightly dazed. Most importantly, he noticed that it was becoming more and more difficult for him to resist the divine light. On the other hand, Lin Ling seemed to be becoming more and more spirited. Every time it seemed like he was about to fall, every time he was drenched in blood, he would become stronger the next time. His sincerity was stronger than gold. Fall. Why aren't you falling? Huangfu Yao watched as Lin Ling fell yet didn't fall, and he started to panic in his heart. He'd never imagined that a junior at the Saint Realm would be so terrifying. When they looked at the surroundings again, many people were cheering for Lin Ling in secret. They were truly shocked by Lin Ling's perseverance. Unfortunately, none of them noticed that the pressure the golden light was exerting on Lin Ling was becoming smaller and smaller. Because Lin Ling's dragon god's natural talent was ceaselessly being stimulated, and it was becoming stronger and stronger. Pooh! Right at this moment, Huang Fu Yile spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression became dispirited. What? Huang Fu Yile seems to be unable to hold on any longer. How did the situation become like this? After all, it was Lin Ling who couldn't hold on in the beginning. My God! If this continues, then Huang Fu Yile will definitely lose. Chapter 35-29. Defeat. Persevere. You have to persevere. At this moment, Huang Fu Yile's mind was buzzing. He constantly shouted at himself, but the divine light's power was constantly destroying him. He knew that he could not last much longer. However, he could not understand why Lin Ling was able to persevere longer than him. How could he have known that Lin Ling was suppressing the spacetime divine steel? Otherwise, the pressure Lin Ling had to endure would be even smaller. If Huang Fu Yidao knew this, he would probably vomit blood and suffer defeat on the spot. Because if he tried to compete with Lin Ling in terms of natural talent, then he would simply be smashing his own foot with a rock. But now, he was not far from defeat. Pwah! After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Huang Fu Yidao could not withstand the divine light's corrosion. He rushed out from under the water bottle. The moment he rushed out, the entire palace was in an uproar. Huang Fu Yidao had lost. How is this possible? Grand Tutor Yi was the first to exclaim. His son was an expert that had entered the god role. He had a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. How could he lose to Lin Ling, who was at the Sage Realm, in a competition of the rivet pattern golden light? Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling had a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body, he could not last longer than his son. Could it be that the son of demon Lin Ling has a sincere heart and is loyal to the Archmiao? More people shook their heads. The rivet pattern golden light was a divine light left behind by the rivet pattern battle god. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the rivet pattern battle god's life's work. To withstand the rivet pattern golden light, one had to have a sincere heart. 2. One had to have a powerful ultimate desolate body. However, even a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body would not last long. Hence, for Lin Ling to win, his ultimate desolate body had to be above the 5th grade. Other than that, it also required Lin Ling's sincere heart. The entire palace fell silent. The Duan family, the new heavenly courts, the Archmiao's true teachings, the various dukes and marquises were all looking at Lin Ling. The son of demon Lin Ling. This moment was clearly engraved in their minds. One had to know that in the final world, there were countless experts. There were very few people who could enter the hearts of the various experts. But now, the son of demon had succeeded. This meant that the son of demon, Lin Ling, had a growth potential that even they feared. Puff! At this moment, Huang Fu Yile was still coughing up blood. Because he was forcefully enduring the Luowen golden light, he'd already suffered heavy injuries. His gaze was also fixated on Lin Ling, only to see that Lin Ling was still enveloped by the divine light. Compared to Huang Fu Yile, not only was Lin Ling not injured, he was even holding on for a longer time. This scene undoubtedly caused Huang Fu Yile to spit out another mouthful of blood, and he shook his head without end as if he was utterly unable to accept reality. He did not know that under the overbearing shine of the Luo pattern golden light, Lin Ling's dragon god talents were all activated. Both of them reached the 2nd stage. The power of the dragon orb completely disappeared. That led to the world-swallowing beast talents being activated and the time and space tablet being activated. Therefore, Lin Ling was definitely holding on for a longer time than Huang Fu Yile. Lin Ling was even sensing the changes in his body. He realized that the dragon scales hidden in his body were beginning to peel off, and a new dragon scales were growing. However, this was clearly not a good place to change the scales. Therefore, Lin Ling suppressed the changes. Then, he slowly walked out of the Luo pattern golden light. The moment he walked out, a powerful aura filled the air, and his cultivation of the 8th stage of the Sage Realm became even more stable. Lin Ling is clearly in the Sage Realm, but why is his boundary essence so dense? It's comparable to the early stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. How strange, how strange. Could his talent be able to increase the power of his boundary essence? Perhaps, he has a treasure on him that can store boundary essence. Sensing Lin Ling's aura, the various experts began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back, and the aura on his body began to converge. He walked step by step toward Huangfu Yile, and as he walked, the injuries on his body began to heal. The speed of his recovery was much faster than Huangfu Yile's. Huangfu Yile's body trembled, and his face was filled with dispiritedness. He gritted his teeth and finally said, "I lost." He could not understand why an expert on the divine ranking like him would lose to a junior in the Sage Realm. Until now, he still did not know how Lin Ling had won. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. Instead, he slowly lifted his foot and placed it on Huangfu Yile's head. "What are you trying to do? Don't go overboard." Huangfu Yile was instantly enraged. He could guess what Lin Ling was trying to do. Lin Ling definitely wanted to trample on him. How dare he? Although Huangfu Yile had lost, they had only competed with the Luo pattern golden light. Did Lin Ling think that he was stronger than him? The Grand Tutor was also furious. However, since Emperor Miao did not say a word, he naturally did not dare to say a word. Overboard? Lin Ling's foot was still lifted, and he looked down at Huangfu Yile. "You're just a late-stage martial ancestor, and I'm just a late-stage Sage Realm expert. Don't you think that you're overboard when you compete with me? Now that you've lost, you're no match for him, so stop talking nonsense." After he finished speaking, Lin Ling's foot landed on Huangfu Yile's shoulder, and a powerful force pressed down on him. Puff! If it was before, Lin Ling would not have been able to hurt Huangfu Yile. However, Huangfu Yile had already been injured by the Luo pattern golden light, and since he was weaker, he did not dare to resist. Plop! He was instantly trampled to the ground by Lin Ling. His face smashed into the ground, and he felt a sharp pain. Of course, he felt even more humiliated. Huangfu Yile, the son of the Grand Tutor and an expert on the divine ranking, had been trampled on in front of so many people. How could he face others in the future? Most importantly, the person who had trampled on him was only a Sage Realm expert. At this moment, the divine hall was completely silent. All the experts frowned. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, to trample on Huangfu Yile's face in front of so many people. Most importantly, Emperor Miao did not speak up for such an arrogant act. This meant that Emperor Miao had high hopes for Lin Ling's potential, so he was giving Lin Ling face. However, Lin Ling's potential was not simple. If he was already so powerful at the Sage Realm, how powerful would he be when he reached the Martial Ancestor Realm? They had a feeling that when Lin Ling reached the Martial Ancestor Realm, Lin Ling's name would definitely spread in the final world. Currently, Lin Ling was just starting to make a name for himself in the final world. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, you'll regret this. At this moment, Huangfu Yile was still being trampled on by Lin Ling, but he still spoke with a venomous tone. This was because today was a humiliation that he would never be able to wash away. Is that so? Lin Ling immediately smiled faintly. This kind of threat is useless against me. Moreover, you can see that I'm more sincere than you under the Luo when golden light. Therefore, you were slandering me before. Now, you'd better beg for mercy. I also like to hear an expert on the divine ranking like you begging for mercy. Otherwise, I don't mind trampling on you and embarrassing you. You. Huangfu Yile was so angry that his nose became crooked. Not only did Lin Ling trample on him, he even wanted him to beg for mercy. Lin Ling. That Grand Tutor Yi was also very angry. Chapter 35-30. Long talk. Not going to beg for mercy? Sure, I'll keep stepping on your face. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't itch, and you're not tired. Lin Ling spoke again. Whether it was in the final world or in the 9 continents, Lin Ling's character was to treat others the way they treated him. The Grand Tutor and his son had no enmity with him, but they wanted to bully him. Lin Ling would definitely return the favor tenfold if he had the chance. You're going too far. Huangfu Yile laughed in anger when he heard Lin Ling's words. It was true that being stepped on by Lin Ling didn't hurt or itch, and he wasn't tired, but was it a matter of tiredness? It was a matter of face. I've lost. Lord Lin Ling, please forgive me. Huangfu Yile couldn't help but blurt out. What are you talking about? You're too soft, I can't hear you. Lin Ling continued to step on Huangfu Yile's foot as he chuckled lightly. Huangfu Yile's body trembled as he roared, I'm sorry, I've lost. I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned your sincerity. Please forgive me. Huangfu Yile's body deflated as soon as he finished speaking. His dignity, character, and shame shrouded Huangfu Yile's heart, making him feel like he was about to collapse. Since that's the case, let's forget about this matter. However, you should be glad that you met me. I'm an easy person to talk to. If it was someone else, it might not be the same. Only then did Lin Ling slowly retract his foot. Easy to talk to? Everyone in the deity's Templar was dumbfounded. Stepping on the Grand Tutor's son's face in front of him was considered easy to talk to? When Huangfu Yile heard Lin Ling's words, he felt a sweetness in his throat and almost fainted from anger. The Grand Tutor's body trembled as he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Alright, it's time for this matter to end. At this time, Miao Di spoke up to smooth things over for the Grand Tutor. Everyone immediately understood and changed the topic. After a long time, this grand gathering of the world's big shots finally came to an end. The various experts also left one after another. The Duan clan and the experts of the new heavenly court looked deeply at Lin Ling, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Today's events told them that Lin Ling had a strong backer in the final world. Even Miao Di had to give face to Lin Ling. In truth, the experts of the new heavenly court had already guessed it, but they didn't expect Lin Ling's backing to be so strong. After everyone left, Miao Di looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, Little friend Lin Ling, it's rare for you to come here, why don't you stay as a guest? Since Miao Di had spoken, this brat was naturally eager. Lin Ling didn't reject Emperor Miao. It was better to know another expert than to offend one. That night, Miao Di called Lin Ling and the others to wake up. Moreover, at Miao Di's residence, Miao Di removed her mask. Lin Ling and the others discovered that Miao Di was actually a woman, a beautiful woman. This surprised Lin Ling and the others. They never thought that martial god Qing Ning, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 continents, was actually a woman. Miao Di wasn't surprised by Lin Ling and the others' surprise. She had people prepare delicious food to entertain Lin Ling and the others. I wonder which god's trial taker is little friend Lin Ling? After a round of wine and food, Miao Di asked with a smile. Lin Ling immediately looked at the old woman and the others, then smiled and said, Lei Gong. It's actually him. Miao Di's expression clearly changed, with a hint of dread. Although she was the number 1 god emperor in the final world, there was still a god's world above the final world. This god's world was very close to the final world. It could be said that Miao Di was working under the eyes of a god. After knowing that Lin Ling was Lei Gong's trial taker, Miao Di's attitude towards Lin Ling became even more polite. As the god emperor of the final world, Miao Di should have seen other trial takers. Lin Ling was curious about the other trial takers, so he asked in passing. Miao Di immediately nodded. I was fortunate enough to see one a few years ago. However, trial takers of the divine trial takers are all people with extraordinary potential. They naturally have their reasons for being chosen by a god. Sir Lin Ling, as one of the trial takers of the divine trial takers, your future potential is limitless. If your name shakes the 9 continents in the future, I hope you can give this old woman, Miao Di, some face. Miao Di's words are too serious. Who can be sure about the future? At least in the final world, there are many people stronger than me, so I don't dare to think too far ahead. I just want to take one step at a time and slowly become stronger. Lin Ling immediately smiled politely. It's best that little friend Lin Ling thinks this way because many geniuses became trial takers and lost in the first round because of their arrogance. They thought that as trial takers, they would definitely be outstanding in the future. This mentality caused them to fail the trial mission and eventually become unknown. Miao Di nodded in appreciation. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much about the trial takers. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Senior Miao Di, as one of the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods, you should have seen Luli Empress, right? Luli Empress was also one of the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods and was Lin Ling's biggest enemy, so he was naturally curious about how far Tian Liuli had gone. However, when Tian Liuli was mentioned, Miao Di's expression changed. Luli Empress, a rare genius in the 9 continents, of course I have seen her. This Luli Empress is indeed powerful. She has only grown for a short period of time, but her strength is one of the strongest among the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods. Moreover, her cultivation realm is also the lowest, but her strength can only be described as terrifying. It's a pity that I have only seen her and have never seen her fight. Otherwise, I would have seen how powerful this Luli Empress is. Miao Di sighed. Lin Ling's eyes instantly flickered when he heard this. Tian Liuli had obtained Li Xiaoyao's true inheritance and knew the primal chaos divine technique as well. So, how could her combat strength be weak? Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao hadn't revealed the cultivation method for the next few levels of the primal chaos divine technique. Otherwise, Tian Liuli would have opened up her 9 dantians, and he, Lin Ling, would have no hope of taking revenge. By the way, she was also one of the trial takers. At this time, Miao Di said again. This news undoubtedly surprised Lin Ling. He never thought that Luli Empress was also one of the trial takers. However, I don't know if she has completed her trial mission. I only know that she has a high reputation among the trial takers. Miao Di said again. It seems that among the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods, she is not the only one who is a trial taker. There should be others. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Until now, he still didn't know what kind of reward would be obtained after completing all the trial missions. However, he was certain that each trial taker was not simple, especially those who could reach the end. They could already meet the gods. Well, Lin Ling, it's rare for you to be a guest. Let's not talk about this. Next, Miao Di and Lin Ling chatted with each other. That night, Lin Ling stayed in Miao Di's divine palace. The divine palace had many precious places that were very suitable for cultivation. Therefore, Lin Ling and Yu separated and each chose a place to cultivate. Chapter 35-31. Slaughter had appeared. This land of treasures was extremely ancient and had dense spiritual energy. Just like Lin Ling's courtyard, there was an ancient spiritual marrow under the treasures. Lin Ling was inside and he could feel his talent slowly increasing. His cultivation level was also increasing. Out of the 5 dantians, the largest dantian was approaching the 9th stage of the Saint Realm. However, Lin Ling's cultivation was focused on the dragon god talent. Ka. He sat cross-legged as large amounts of scales appeared on his body. They were extremely hard and emitted a glow. The dragon aura was extremely dense. However, at this moment, the scales were falling off. Every time a piece fell off, Lin Ling would inhale in pain. Of course, as the old scales fell off, new scales were slowly growing. Currently, Lin Ling's Sky Dragon Bone and Great Nether Wind Dragon talent had both reached the 2nd grade. It was the same as the Realm Swallowing Beast talent. His body's strength had reached the power of 6,000 worlds. His speed had reached the speed of 600 worlds. And this was before the talents were fused. If the talents were fused, his strength would reach the power of 8,000 worlds. His speed would reach the terrifying speed of 800 worlds. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Ling's gentle punch was comparable to the power of 8,000 worlds. And in a breath, Lin Ling could instantly traverse 800 worlds. This speed had greatly exceeded the speed of the spacetime divine steel. At this point, the spacetime divine steel was less useful to Lin Ling. This also meant that there was a difference between a powerful talent and an ordinary talent. A powerful talent had greater potential. I never expected this to be a blessing in disguise. With the help of the Luo pattern golden light, I was able to refine the dragon pearl. Otherwise, it would have taken me a long time to refine it. Lin Ling watched the scales fall off one by one, then nodded in satisfaction. Currently, his 3 strongest talents were all at the 2nd grade. Perhaps one-on-one, these talents were not comparable to a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. However, when combined, it was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling also had the 5th grade divine steel of time and space. With all these methods added together, Lin Ling's strength had more than doubled compared to before. The power of the dragon bone has increased, so has the power of the great solar calamity bow. Furthermore, the last arrow of the great solar calamity bow will probably be able to touch the threshold. Lin Ling gathered the dragon bones in his body, and a 5-meter-long bow appeared in his hand. Sensing the ancient power of the bow, Lin Ling's smile deepened. However, when Lin Ling wanted to cultivate the last bow, his dragon god talent was still a bit weaker. In the end, he still couldn't cultivate it. On the other hand, Lin Ling had a feeling that the final bow was one with the bow, the dragon transforming into the bow, and the bow transforming into the human. Perhaps at that time, the great solar calamity bow would no longer be 5 meters long, but 10 meters, or even more than 10 meters long. Since he could not cultivate the dragon bow, Lin Ling cast his gaze on the Windrain Myriad World technique. It was left behind by Xiaoyu's grandfather, and it had absolute speed enhancement. And now, Lin Ling had cultivated it to the 10,000 technique stage, so he could increase his speed by about 100 worlds. I never expected that the Windrain Myriad World technique is also a martial art that cultivates the power of ancestors. Lin Ling constantly sensed the Windrain Myriad World technique. In his mind, scenes of strong winds, torrential rain, and myriad worlds were constantly exchanged. Around him, strong winds began to blow, blowing up countless rocks around him. Furthermore, a drizzling rain gradually appeared, and it became heavier and heavier, turning into a torrential rain. And this wind and rain passed through the myriad worlds and bathed them. This was a terrifying speed. A drop of rain or a gust of wind could travel from the east to the north. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. It was as if he had just returned from the north, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. This Windrain Myriad World technique is truly difficult to comprehend. It seems that it will take some time to reach the world technique stage. Lin Ling shook his head. This time, his comprehension speed did not increase by much, so for the time being, he would not bitterly cultivate the Windrain Myriad World technique. As for the Illusion God True Inheritance, Lin Ling had already cultivated it to the Illusion God World stage, so there was no need to continue cultivating it. As long as Lin Ling's soul force increased, the Illusion God True Inheritance would become even stronger. Lin Ling sensed his strongest technique, and his gaze finally fell on the sword hilt. Currently, the sword hilt possessed the strongest power of ancestors. However, this power of ancestors needed to be constantly stimulated, and Lin Ling could only stimulate 30% of the power of ancestors. However, one should not underestimate this 30% power of ancestors. Its strength was much greater than ordinary power of ancestors. This was because this was the rank of demonic swords, and it was once the demonic sword of a god. God Emperor Zhang once said that if I want to stimulate more power of ancestors, I must obtain the approval of the sword hilt. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword with both hands, and his eyes slowly closed. Kill. At the same time, a dense killing intent rushed into Lin Ling's mind. At this moment, Lin Ling's hair stood on end, and quietly turned red. It was as if a sea urchin was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was extremely terrifying. What a powerful killing intent. Lin Ling's mind rumbled. In his mind, a world of slaughter appeared. A sword, a figure, from the era of gods, slaughtering the world. The entire world was filled with bloody light, demonic energy surged, and killing intent rippled. Whoosh! With a slash of the sword, millions of lives fell. Ah! Lin Ling seemed to be in a world of slaughter. He roared towards the sky, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. There was only killing in his heart. He wanted to stop killing with killing, and slaughter the world. However, when he was enveloped by the killing intent, Lin Ling did not completely lose his mind. He knew that he could not be controlled by the killing intent. Otherwise, he would turn into an ancient killing demon. However, this wisp of reason and calmness was quickly drowned by the killing intent. It was like a sea of blood that gradually drowned Lin Ling's body. Rumble. A terrifying killing intent suddenly soared into the sky from the treasure land, and Emperor Miao's divine hall began to tremble. Many experts immediately felt a chill run down their bodies. They all looked up at the sky and muttered to themselves, "What a terrifying killing intent. Not good." At this moment, a sharp shout suddenly sounded. Cool rain suddenly sprinkled from the sky, as if a downpour was extinguishing the billowing flames. In the sky above Emperor Miao's divine hall, a figure stood there solemnly. It was Emperor Miao. Her gaze was fixed on a corner of the divine hall, and her face was filled with seriousness. Then, she opened her hands, and wisps of mysterious energy turned into spring rain that sprinkled throughout the divine hall. This spring rain was extremely cold. After it fell to the ground, it immediately triggered a sizzling sound, like the sound of water dripping into flames. Amidst the billowing murderous aura, the frenzied killing intent in Lin Ling's body gradually weakened. His blood-red hair gradually drifted down and stuck to his shoulders. His blood-red eyes gradually regained their calmness. The flames of killing intent on his body gradually extinguished. Buzz. Buzz. Chapter 35-32. 40% of Ancestors' Power. Seeing this, Empress Miao heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the old woman and Song Qiri appeared beside her. They were shocked and did not understand what had happened. It's murderous aura. I don't know what ancient item Lin Ling has activated to make the murderous aura so strong. Fortunately, this is my temple and I can suppress the murderous aura. If it was elsewhere, the consequences would be unimaginable. Empress Miao looked at the old woman and Song Qiri and said, "Murderous aura? It seems to be the sword hilt on Lin Ling's body. This sword hilt is so extraordinary that even I can't see through it. I didn't expect it to hide such a strong murderous aura." The old woman and Song Qiri looked at each other with deep fear in their eyes. Because the murderous aura was so strong that even they felt scared. They could not understand why Lin Ling would carry such a murderous sword with him. However, the murderous aura has already subsided. He should be fine now. Fortunately, he happened to be in my territory this time. Otherwise, he might not be so lucky next time. You guys better remind him that if there's nothing wrong with that sword, it's best to use it less," Empress Miao said to the old woman and the others. The old woman and the others nodded immediately. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. His forehead was full of sweat. Although the murderous aura had subsided, the impact of the murderous aura still scared him. Because he did not expect that when he communicated with the scabbard, there would be such a terrifying murderous aura. After Emperor God Zhonggang unlocked the power of the scabbard for him, Lin Ling had tried to communicate with the scabbard. However, at that time, there was no such terrifying murderous aura. It could only be said that the power left in the scabbard by Emperor God Zhonggang gradually disappeared and the scabbard regained its former ferocity. This sword is worthy of being called a double-edged sword. Fortunately, there was a powerful force that attacked the scabbard and protected me from being drowned by the murderous aura. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Ling secretly felt lucky. He guessed that it was Empress Miao who had helped him. Only Empress Miao had the power to suppress the scabbard. Perhaps even the old woman and city lord Song could not do it. This made this made him even more cautious of the scabbard. 40% of the ancestral power. After that, Lin Ling picked up the scabbard and discovered that he could easily utilize 40% of the ancestral power in the scabbard. This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and cultivated. After a full 3 days, he finally stood up. As soon as he left the cultivation treasure land, Lin Ling saw the old woman and the others waiting outside. When they saw him, they all let out sighs of relief. "Lin Ling, how are you?" The old woman took the initiative to ask. Looking at her appearance, she seemed to be quite frightened by Lin Ling. "Thank you for your concern, senior, but I'm fine now." Lin Ling hurriedly bowed slightly to the old woman, and his heart warmed because he realized that the old woman's concern came from the bottom of her heart. "Brother Ling." "Young master." Yu and the others also learned about Lin Ling's situation from the old woman and the others. Now that they saw Lin Ling come out safe and sound, they were all relieved. They did not expect that Lin Ling would not be killed by the new Heavenly Court's experts but almost be killed by the scabbard. "It's fine. It's just a small matter." Lin Ling did not want Yu and the others to worry, so he did not mind and smiled. However, the simpler Lin Ling made it sound, the more dangerous Yu and the others felt. "It's good that you can come out safely." At this time, Empress Miao also appeared. She had a kind smile on her face, but when her gaze fell on the scabbard behind Lin Ling, the depths of her eyes were extremely solemn. This was because the killing intent of the scabbard was so dense that it was the first time she had encountered it. She guessed that the scabbard was a treasure left behind from the era of gods. "Thank you for your help, senior," Lin Ling said gratefully to Empress Miao because she was the first to notice the killing intent of the scabbard. If it were not for her, Lin Ling would have been drowned by the killing intent. "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Empress Miao smiled and waved her hand. However, she could see that after this incident, Lin Ling had changed his view of her and was no longer a stranger. This was also what Empress Miao wanted to see because Lin Ling was a trial taker with extraordinary potential in the future. Befriending him today would definitely be beneficial in the future. And this was indeed the case. Lin Ling remembered Empress Miao's kindness in his heart. He was not pretentious and only said solemnly, "Thank you for your help, senior. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to say so." Empress Miao had been waiting for this sentence. After hearing Lin Ling's words, she smiled even more happily. After everyone chatted for a while, Lin Ling finally brought the old woman and the others back to Snow-Blowing City. This trip to the Divine Imperial Court had benefited Lin Ling greatly. Not only had his strength greatly increased, but he had also befriended Empress Miao. One must know that in the final world, strength was the key, but sometimes relationships were also the most important. After this incident, the new Heavenly Court and the Duan family will be even more afraid of young master. They won't dare to attack young master unless they have the confidence to kill young master in one go. Along the way, the old woman looked at Lin Ling and said as they walked towards snow-blowing city. During this trip to Empress Miao's palace, Lin Ling had also released a piece of news. That was, his backer was extremely extraordinary. In fact, the Duan family and the new heavenly court should have guessed it long ago, but they were not sure. This time, they were completely sure. In the short term, they won't dare to touch me. However, after Martial God Wen Tian knows that I'm a trial taker, I'm afraid he will want to kill me even more. Lin Ling knew that the current safety was only temporary. On the contrary, after he became a trial taker, Martial God Wen Tian and the others would treat him even more seriously. However, this was a matter for the future. There was no need to think too much about it now. Senior, do you have any news about my big brother and the others? Lin Ling looked at the old woman and asked. Sakura, Meng Lu, Wangu Wuji and the others had all entered the Kai Yuan River to cultivate. Moreover, they had been cultivating for a long time. No wonder Lin Ling was worried. The Kai Yuan River is not simple. Anything can happen there, so we don't know where they are right now. It all depends on them. However, if they can survive in the Kai Yuan River, their strength will definitely increase more or less, said the old woman. And, I hope they can survive this time. Lin Ling nodded. He was just worried. However, he also knew that on the path of martial arts, other than himself, no one else could help. Now, I should prepare to fight for the first place of Snow-Blowing Academy Shunsan Hall. Lin Ling withdrew his thoughts and began to think about his future. Becoming the first place of Shunsan Hall meant that he had completed the Trial of God's mission. He would receive a large amount of rewards, so Lin Ling would definitely not miss it. One had to know that without the rewards of the Trial of God, Lin Ling would have to cultivate by himself. If he wanted to become stronger, it would definitely take a long time. Young Master is now the first place of Shunsan Hall. Your first task is to become a disciple of Shunsan Hall. Only then can you compete for the first place of Shunsan Hall. Tsang Chiri reminded with a smile. Alright. Chapter 35-33. Holy Temple Challenge. The group chatted as they walked, and they drew closer to Snow Wind City. Along the way, Lin Ling gave the dragon scales he had shed to Xian Yuan Guer. These dragon scales were extremely strong, able to withstand an early-stage martial ancestor's attack. They were very suitable for Xian Yuan Guer. In addition, Xian Yuan Guer obtained a page of scripture, and Lin Ling passed the spacetime divine steel cultivation method to her. He wanted to give Xian Yuan Guer the ability to attack with a single glance. As for Yu, because she also had the dragon god's bloodline, Lin Ling passed the great calamity-destroying Sun Bao to her. What surprised Lin Ling was that Yu's comprehension of the great calamity-destroying Sun Bao was very deep. As soon as he passed the Bao to her, she was able to shoot her first arrow. Moreover, the arrow she shot was different from Lin Ling's. It was more sacred and radiant. This made Lin Ling happy. The great calamity-destroying Sun Bao's power was extraordinary. If Yu could fully control it, then Yu would have another life-saving trump card in the final world. After a long time, Lin Ling's group finally returned to Snow Wind City. The city was as lively as before. That night, Lin Ling's group stayed in the courtyard. Lin Ling did not cultivate that night, but spent the night with Yu and the others. After a night of romance, Lin Ling headed to Snow Wind Academy the next day. Just as he arrived, he saw Zhuang Nangming, Fairy Xin Yen, and the others. Lin Ling, you're back. Hello. Zhuang Nangming, Fairy Xin Yen, Chu Yun, and the others immediately greeted Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling's whereabouts were elusive, but every time he appeared, something big would happen. Lin Ling. At the huge entrance of the academy, people gradually recognized Lin Ling. One of them couldn't help laughing excitedly. then walked towards Lin Ling. Luo Wuchang. In the past, when Lin Ling was fighting for the #1 position in Shan'er Hall, he met a master who was second only to the dean's son, Tian Ao. At that time, when Luo Wuchang lost to Lin Ling, he was very dissatisfied. However, after seeing Lin Ling defeat Tian Ao, his dissatisfaction disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling, the mysterious figure of the Snow Wind Academy. Every time you appear, there must be something big happening. Don't tell me that you came back this time to become an expert of the Shensan Hall. Luo Wuchang walked towards Lin Ling, laughing as he walked. Master of Shensan Hall? Lin Ling stopped and looked at Luo Wuchang with a faint smile. He then nodded, yes, I am indeed here to enter the Shensan Hall. He didn't finish what he wanted to say. He was here to become the champion of the Third Divine Hall. However, even if he didn't say it, the idea of becoming an expert of the Third Divine Hall was enough to make Zhuang Yanming and the others gasp. Because, Lin Ling entered the Snow Wind Academy at the same time as them, and now, they are still the masters of the First Divine Hall, but Lin Ling is already moving towards the Third Divine Hall. The gap is too big. You, really want to enter the Third Divine Hall? Luo Wuchang was stunned, then he laughed loudly. In the past, when he lost to Lin Ling, he once said that sooner or later, he would defeat Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling said that within 10 years, if you, Luo Wuchang, become an expert of the Third Divine Hall, you still have a chance. At that time, Luo Wuchang thought that Lin Ling was bragging. But now, he finally knew that Lin Ling was not bragging, because now, Lin Ling is indeed moving towards the Third Divine Hall. Lin Ling, you're amazing, you're awesome, I won't help you. Luo Wuchang couldn't help but sigh, but then, he laughed again, if you enter the Third Divine Hall, then among the masters of the Second Divine Hall, I will only be under Tian Ao. Finally, I won't be the third. Lin Ling, if you want to become an expert of the Third Divine Hall, you need to pass the assessment of the Snow Wind Academy. The assessment will be held in the Divine Hall, are you really ready? Zhuang Yanming and the others also came over and said one by one. Among them, Xian Yen Fairy, Chu Yun, Ear Ring and the others looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of worship. Lin Ling entered the Snow Wind Academy at the same time as them, but he has always been the spokesperson of miracles, and can be said to be the undefeated legend of the Snow Wind Academy. Divine Hall? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he also smiled casually, then let's go to the Divine Hall to take the assessment. After saying that, he took the lead. Luo Wuchang and the others wanted to see if Lin Ling could succeed, so they all followed Lin Ling. The Divine Hall was the place where the masters of the Snow Wind Academy gathered. Not only did it gather the masters of the current year, but also the masters of the Snow Wind Academy in history. After Lin Ling and Luo Wuchang appeared, the entire vast Divine Hall suddenly quieted down, and countless eyes looked at Lin Ling and Luo Wuchang. It's Lin Ling. He came to the Divine Hall, could it be that he is going to become an expert of the Third Divine Hall? God, he just became the #1 of the Third Divine Hall, and now he wants to challenge the masters of the Third Divine Hall. After a moment of silence, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. Some women screamed, and their eyes were full of nostalgia. For them, Lin Ling had become a legend of the Snow Wind Academy. In addition, Lin Ling's character was very strong, and he often wore a blue and white robe, which was extremely attractive. Lin Ling has an elegant domineering aura, out of this world, but also overbearing, so attractive. A woman clasped her hands together and shouted excitedly. Yes, that kind of domineering aura, I think among the 36 academies in the final world, Lin Ling is definitely the #1 in terms of cold and elegant domineering aura. The other women also shouted, staring at Lin Ling, not daring to miss the slightest. Whether in the final world or 9 states, those with great strength and potential were mostly idols of the same age. This guy only appears in the Snow Wind Academy once every 6 months, but his popularity is so strong that it makes people jealous. Luo Wuchang looked at the divine hall that was about to be overturned and could not help but shake his head helplessly. Then his eyes swept and fell on a man in the distance, and he suddenly smiled bitterly. The man also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was the former number 1 of the Shen Hall, Tian Ao. Tian Ao apparently also heard the news. At first, he thought that he had heard wrong, because Lin Ling entered the Shen Hall later than him, but he did not intend to become a master of the Shen Hall, but Lin Ling began to move, which was simply incredible. However, after seeing Lin Ling appear in the Divine Hall, Tian Ao was sure that Lin Ling had indeed come for the Shen Hall. What a crazy guy! I have dominated the Shen Hall for so many years, but in terms of popularity, I can't compare to this guy who only appears once every 6 months. Tian Ao sighed and said. He was jealous of Lin Ling, but also admired him. However, not everyone in the Snow Wind Academy admired Lin Ling. Many people were very unhappy with Lin Ling, because Lin Ling was just a freshman, but he had stolen a lot of their limelight. This feeling of being robbed of something made them not only unhappy with Lin Ling, they even hated him. And most of these people were the masters of the Shen Hall. This Lin Ling is said to be extremely arrogant. He came and went as he pleased in the Snow Wind Academy, and now he wants to become a master of the Shen Hall. Dongfang Yirong, don't you plan to do something? Chapter 35-34. You make the first move. As for Dongfang Yirong, who was being stared at, he frowned. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Your former teacher was Zhou Lin. Now, Zhou Lin is dead because of Lin Ling. If you don't do anything, others will laugh at you for being a coward. The white-faced man said. Shenlu, you don't need to provoke me. No one can trick me into doing anything I want. Dongfang Yirong finally spoke when he heard that. His expression was filled with dense arrogance. The white-faced man just smiled and didn't say anything because he had a feeling that Dongfang Yirong was planning to stop Lin Ling from moving forward. Although Dongfang Yirong wasn't the strongest expert in Shensan Hall, he was one of the strongest experts in Shensan Hall. If an expert from Shensan Hall wanted to enter Shensan Hall, they would have to fight in Shensan Hall's competition. If they defeated an expert from Shensan Hall, they would have the preliminary qualification to become an expert of Shensan Hall. Of course, this was only the preliminary qualification. Because the academy had to be on guard against people who deliberately let the experts from Shensan Hall enter Shensan Hall. Therefore, if one wanted to enter Shensan Hall, the rules were very strict. Everyone was still looking at Lin Ling. But at this time, a figure slowly walked towards Lin Ling. It was Dongfang Yirong. He was wearing a neat robe and his body was covered in divine light. He looked like a messenger of God. But in fact, he was indeed a messenger of God. Basically, 80% of the experts who could enter Shensan Hall were messengers of God. They had the same status as the teachers. Some of them were even more powerful than the teachers by several times. It's Dongfang Yirong. Seeing the man in front of Lin Ling, many people cried out in alarm. Among them, teacher Cailuan also came. She frowned because she knew that Dongfang Yirong was Zhou Lin's student. Now that Zhou Lin was dead, Dongfang Yirong would definitely want to avenge him. Even if he didn't avenge him, he would still teach Lin Ling a lesson. You are Lin Ling. At this moment, Dongfang Yirong stood in front of Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Not bad. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he replied faintly. I heard that you are a legend in the Snow Wind Academy. Not only have you received the attention of the Dean, you can come and go as you please. Moreover, you are also the fastest to enter the God Second Hall and the fastest to challenge the God Third Hall. Dongfang Yirong said indifferently. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Lin Ling's expression remained calm. Nothing much, I am here to break your legend. If you want to obtain the preliminary qualification of Shensan Hall, you must defeat an expert of Shensan Hall, and I will be your first expert. Dongfang Yirong sneered and said. The smell of gunpowder quietly pervaded the air. The entire sacred hall fell silent as countless gazes stared at Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen. However, Lin Ling was still unmoved and said indifferently, with just you? Of course, don't think that you can win every battle just because you have the support of the Dean and the City Lord. Let me tell you, the challenges of the Shunsan Hall are the most severe. No matter who your backer is, as long as you dare to stand on the martial stage, no one will let you win. Dongfang Yirong said coldly. The meaning behind his words was that Lin Ling could become the first new student and the #1 of Shunsan Hall because of the Dean and the City Lord's help. Lin Ling understood the meaning behind Dongfang Yirong's words and so did the people around him. Lin Ling nodded and said, I don't need you to go easy on me. I hope that you can go all out. At least, don't show me the strength that will disappoint me. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling took the lead and walked towards the center of the sacred hall. Lin Ling, be careful. Teacher Cailuan and the others could not help but remind him. Lin Ling nodded and continued to walk forward. The challenge had undoubtedly alarmed the entire Snow Wind Academy. Even the Vice Dean and the others had appeared. This was because Lin Ling was the first student to challenge Shunsan Hall in the Snow Wind Academy. Moreover, his cultivation was the lowest, the Sage Realm student. According to the rules, such strength should not be able to enter Shunsan Hall. However, there was an exception to everything. That was because the challenger was Lin Ling. Dongfang Yirong, late-stage martial ancestor. 5th grade ultimate desolate body. However, he has a pure divine bloodline and has great potential. Furthermore, Dongfang Yirong's martial Dao foundation surpasses ordinary people. He possesses a powerful ancestral force. It can be said that if Tian Ao and Dongfang Yirong were to fight, Tian Ao would not be able to withstand more than 10 moves from Dongfang Yirong. The Vice Dean and the other experts muttered to themselves. The former #1 of Shunsan Hall, the Dean's son, Tian Ao, had great talent. However, his cultivation was only at level 2 martial ancestor realm. On the other hand, Dongfang Yirong was at level 7 martial ancestor realm. There was a huge gap between Tian Ao and Dongfang Yirong. On the other hand, Lin Ling was only at level 8 martial ancestor realm. Even if his talent could increase his boundary essence, the gap between Tian Ao and Dongfang Yirong could not be bridged by a mysterious cultivation technique. Lin Ling has a pure divine dragon bloodline. If his cultivation is higher, he might be able to win. Teacher Cailuan, who was standing beside the Vice Dean, said. It had been less than a year since the Shinto Hall tournament. It was already amazing that Lin Ling could increase his cultivation. Therefore, they did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his talent. Lin Ling's chances of winning are slim. However, it's good for him to suffer a setback. For a genius like Lin Ling, it's not good for him to have everything go smoothly. If he suffers a setback, he will be able to go further. The Vice Dean suddenly said after pondering for a moment. Teacher Cailuan and the others nodded in agreement. They would definitely not allow Lin Ling to be injured in this battle. As long as Lin Ling showed signs of defeat, they would immediately save him. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on this battle. On the Crystal Martial Arena, Dongfang Yirong had been waiting for a long time. He had his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. He knew that with the Vice Dean and other experts around, it was impossible for him to hurt Lin Ling. However, he wanted Lin Ling to suffer the greatest humiliation in his life. He wanted to torture Lin Ling properly. It would be best if he could attack Lin Ling's martial heart and turn his undefeated legend into a rumor. Under everyone's discussion and gaze, Lin Ling finally appeared on the Crystal Martial Arena. Hehe, I didn't expect you to really dare to challenge me. You are also the first martial ancestor in the history of the Shinto Hall to challenge me. As a sign of respect, I will definitely not hurt you in this battle. When he saw Lin Ling appear, Dongfang Yirong licked his lips and sneered. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. However, Lin Ling's expression did not change. He had his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Make my move? Dongfang Yirong was stunned. He thought he had heard wrong and said sarcastically, You want me to make the first move? Yes, because if you don't make the first move, you won't have any chance. Lin Ling nodded and said. There was an uproar around the crystal martial arena. Did I hear wrong? Lin Ling wants the experts of the Shinto Hall to make the first move? Arrogant, too arrogant. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. Chapter 35-35. The power from before was like an itch. Many boys felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant and overestimating himself. However, many girls felt that Lin Ling's self-confidence was even more attractive to them. Fairy Xin Yen and the others, on the other hand, were extremely worried. As for the vice principal and the others, they were shaking their heads. They also felt that Lin Ling was a bit arrogant. After all, anyone who could become an expert of the third hall wasn't someone with an undeserved reputation. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, do you really think the experts of Shensan are child's play? Originally, I wanted to play with you slowly and leave you some face. But now, I've changed my mind. I want you to suffer a crushing defeat. On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong's complexion turned cold and gloomy. He didn't waste any more words. His body began to emit layers of blue ice fog. Crack. The void was immediately frozen. In the white fog, a palm seemed to have come from the void, freezing time, space, and the myriad of worlds as it pressed down on Lin Ling. Ice Realm 3 Silk's palm. Cold shouts rang out at the same time, causing the entire sacred hall to fall silent. It was as if all sound had been frozen. Rumble. Overbearing airflow appeared, forming a snowstorm. The entire sacred hall was instantly frozen, turning into an ice palace. This caused the cultivators from the first and second halls to retreat. Their expressions changed greatly. Lin Ling looked at the blue storm calmly. He didn't move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he was hit by the palm. Crash. The blue ice storm immediately exploded. Countless ice shards sputtered, shooting out like swords. At the edge of the martial stage, some of the weaker people were cut by the ice shards, and blood immediately flowed out of their cheeks. However, the crowd did not care about these things. They stared fixedly at the martial platform. It can't be, Lin Ling actually couldn't block a single move. Dongfang Yirong's Ice Realm 3 Silk's palm is very powerful. It's the unique skill of the ice goddess. Not many advanced martial ancestors can block it. Lin Ling is definitely going to be defeated. I've said that Lin Ling is too arrogant. Even if he's talented, the gap between their realms is too big. He can't make up for the difference in strength. What invincible legend. I think it's just a fart. Huh, senior brother Dongfang Yirong's words. Lin Ling's. Lin Ling, seeing that Dongfang Yirong's words, many people, especially the people from the third hall, and third hall. The people from the third hall, especially, Shen, the third hall. Many that, third, hall, S's third, that, invincible legend. Unrestrained overbearing. Was it all just paper? As for the pale-faced scholar, Kagura, his lips curled into a smile. Well done, Dongfang Yirong. With this, Master Zhou Lin's death has been avenged, and Lin Ling's reputation has been completely ruined. Obviously, he was very confident in Dongfang Yirong. With Lin Ling's current talent and realm, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block Dongfang Yirong's attack. Unless Lin Ling's talent increased. As for the Vice Dean and the others, they were all astonished. In their opinion, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat Dongfang Yirong, but he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. It was indeed disappointing. That's all you've got. At this moment, Dongfang Yirong waved his hand and said disdainfully. However, the moment he finished speaking, the expression on his face changed. His pupils shrank as if he had just seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. The mocking voices and disappointed sighs suddenly disappeared at this moment. The sacred palace suddenly became incomparably quiet. On the martial stage, Lin Ling, who had been hit by Dongfang Yirong's attack, was still standing there. His entire body had been frozen into a blue ice sculpture. This ice was called realm ice. It could freeze thousands of worlds. It was a powerful technique of the ice goddess bloodline. Once, there was an expert with the same bloodline who fought against an expert in the southern border. As a result, thousands of worlds were frozen, and it took 10,000 years for the ice to thaw. But now, cracks began to appear on the ice sculpture. Moreover, a black, ominous aura spread out from the cracks like smoke. Then, the entire ice sculpture began to melt. At this moment, Teacher Cailuan and the others were stunned. The vice dean and the others were also stunned. The pale-faced man, Kagura, was also stunned. Everyone in the sacred palace was stunned. Using the strength of a late-stage sage expert to block the attack of a late-stage martial ancestor and come out unscathed? How strong must his defense be to be able to do that? They did not know that after the shrine tournament, Lin Ling's realm-swallowing beast, Dragon Bone, and Dragon Soul had greatly improved. Its strength was several times stronger than before. Now, Lin Ling's realm-swallowing beast, Sky Dragon Bone, and Great Nether Wind Dragon were all second-grade ultimate wild bodies. This formed a defense that was even stronger than the dragon gods. On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong's shocked face quietly turned gloomy. On the contrary, Lin Ling patted his chest as if he was patting the dust off his clothes. He said calmly, "Is this the strength of the experts of the Shrine 3 halls? Bring out all the strength you've got from drinking your mother's milk. The strength you used before was just an itch. Strength that he used to drink milk? Itch?" The sacred palace fell silent again. Then, a burst of screams rang out. The women who were disappointed in Lin Ling were now shouting excitedly. "Lin Ling, good job. You are indeed an undefeated legend. Lin Ling, I like you. Itch. Domineering. This is elegant domineering." The crazy voices of the women were like waves, each higher than the last. Zhuang Yanming, Tian Ao, and the others suddenly smiled bitterly. These women were too crazy. How long has it been since the last shrine tournament? This guy can actually block the attacks of the experts of the Shrine 3 halls. This is unbelievable. Tian Ao shook his head and said, "His cultivation level has increased, but it should not be of much help. I can only say that his talent has increased. Otherwise, he would not be able to block Dongfang Yirong's attack. Luo Wuchang, can you see his strength?" "I can't see it. I only know that his defense is very strong." Luo Wuchang smiled bitterly. At this moment, on the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong looked at Lin Ling and heard the screams of the women around him. His body could not help but tremble. Lin Ling actually said that he was harassing him. This was a great humiliation to him. One had to know that he was an expert of the Shrine 3 halls. "Lin Ling, I admit that your defense is very strong, but I don't believe that your attack is also strong." Dongfang Yirong roared. His whole body was covered with ice fog. A blue crystal fork appeared on top of his head. At this moment, divine light shone everywhere. The martial artists below the 5th grade felt a great pressure at this moment. Ice Snow Goddess Fork. This was Dongfang Yirong's talent. Obviously, this talent was not weak. It was a pure divine bloodline, much more powerful than the 100 great bloodlines. Chapter 35-36. The 3 Stages. Bastard. When Dongfang Yirong saw Lin Ling shaking his head, he became even more furious. He activated all of his world essence and chanted something under his breath. Ice and snow began to howl in the sacred palace. The crystal fork grew in size and unleashed endless ice fog. Then, it shot toward Lin Ling. Wherever it passed, space and time were all frozen. 20% of the ancestral force, and it's the power of ice and snow. The vice principal and the others frowned. Dongfang Yirong's attack was not to be underestimated. Not to mention a sage, even a late-stage martial ancestor would not dare to take it head-on. When Lin Ling saw the crystal trident shooting towards him, his eyes flickered. He sensed that the crystal trident was extremely fast, reaching the speed of 500 worlds. However, his expression remained calm. Black light appeared on his body and a ferocious aura surged out like a tide. His godly devil body also rumbled. Bang! Lin Ling calmly punched towards the sky. Lin Ling did not even integrate his talents. He relied on his physical strength to punch out. However, Lin Ling's physical strength had reached the strength of 6,000 worlds. Coupled with the integration of his 5 dantians, his strength was not to be underestimated. Rumble. That punch seemed to have come from the era of gods. It contained the power of the spacetime divine steel and 10% of the ancestral force. The entire sky seemed to have cracked and crackled. Then, under everyone's gaze, the ice goddess trident shattered. Icy mist splattered in all directions. Lin Ling's punch had destroyed it. Wah! Wah! On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong could feel the ancient power rushing towards him. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying off the martial stage and smashed into the ground, unconscious. This time, everyone was shocked. They could not believe what they had seen. Dongfang Yirong lost just like that? He had activated his talents and possessed the ancestral force. However, he was defeated by Lin Ling with a single punch. Moreover, it was a simple punch. The silence lasted for more than 10 breaths. Then, crazier cheers rang out. Dongfang Yirong lost? He is an expert from Shenzhen Hall. Furthermore, it was only one punch. Lin Ling is too abnormal. What is Lin Ling's strength? Could it be that his talent has reached the 5th level? Everyone was guessing Lin Ling's strength, and those girls from before were shouting even more excitedly. As for those who didn't like Lin Ling, all of them shut their mouths at this moment. Even the white-faced Kagura was frowning. He was in a bad mood. Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang helplessly shook their heads. They had lost to Lin Ling in the last shrine tournament and wanted to wash away that shame. However, Lin Ling had told them that unless they became the masters of the 3rd hall, there was no hope. At that time, they were secretly dissatisfied and thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense and that it was impossible for him to become a master of the 3rd hall in a short time. But now, they knew that Lin Ling wasn't joking. This guy is only at the saint stage. Yes, after hearing what you said, I feel that he is even more abnormal. Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang looked at each other and were even more shocked. Wind Snow Academy's undefeated legend, it seems that his reputation is not undeserved. Zhuang Yanming and the others also stared at the man on the martial stage. Their eyes were full of admiration. Lin Ling defeated Dongfang Yirong of the 3rd hall and is qualified to become a master of the 3rd hall. At this time, the voice of the vice dean floated out. This also made the people completely react and the cheers became louder. Lin Ling, first in the freshman trial. Lin Ling, first in Shenzhen Hall. Now, he actually had the hope of becoming a master of the 3rd hall. And the time it took was not even 10 years. Such a genius could be called a god. If he didn't fall, his name would spread throughout the world. After a short moment of silence, Siluan could not help but laugh out loud. Lin Ling was her student. If Lin Ling was lucky enough to enter the world of God, then she, Siluan, would also have a chance to become the Holy Knight of God. At this moment, the vice dean and the others were also a little excited and then asked, Lin Ling, you already have the hope of becoming a master of the third hall. Do you want to continue the assessment and become a master of the third hall? Of course. Lin Ling looked at the vice dean and nodded lightly. Wow, he really wants to become a master of the third hall. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe he will succeed. Even if he fails, he has already obtained the qualifications. In another year, he will have the opportunity to take the assessment. Seeing Lin Ling nod without hesitation, everyone became even more excited. Good. The vice dean couldn't help but clap and say, even though you have the qualifications now, you still need to pass 3 major tests to become a master of the third hall. If you pass, then you will become a master of the third hall and be recorded on the gods list to compete against the masters of the 36 academies. And this test is very simple. It's a test of speed, attack, and defense. Are you ready? I'm ready. Lin Ling walked down from the stage with a calm expression. He wouldn't be alarmed if the sky were to collapse. Begin the 3 tests and communicate with the gods. Seeing Lin Ling nod his head, the vice president's expression turned solemn. He silently recited the divine language, and a divine light descended from the sky in the sacred palace. This ray of divine light had an unparalleled might, and it had the power to annihilate everything. This was the power of a god. The entire sacred palace had turned into a world of the void. Ancient stars were shining, and any expert would feel insignificant in this place. The masters of the third hall can also participate in the 3 tests, so they will take the test together with Lin Ling. Opening the 3 tests required the permission of the gods and endless power. Thus, in order to avoid wasting this power, the masters of the third hall could also take the test. If they passed, then they would be able to enter the gods list and compete against the masters of the 36 academies. Thus, at this moment, the masters who didn't enter the gods list were extremely excited. The first test is the attack test. You must defeat Lin Ling, don't let him get a good result. It's best if you eliminate him. At this moment, the white-faced Kagura said to the masters of the third hall. Don't worry, the 3 tests are very difficult. Even masters of the third hall like us can't guarantee that we can pass. A mere Lin Ling will lose without a doubt. Lin Ling didn't take the normal path to become a master of the third hall through the Shinto tournament. If he took a shortcut, then it would be 10 times harder than the Shinto tournament. He won't succeed even if we don't interfere with him. Brother Kagura, you think too highly of Lin Ling. We don't need to pay attention to him. Let's focus on our own tests. I hope we can enter the gods list this time. The masters of the third hall disdainfully said. Chapter 35-37. The God Queen's Garden. The first trial of the 3 tests of the gods is to attack the deities. Remember, you will enter the back garden of the deities and face the godly beasts reared by the deities. What you have to do is to kill 3 godly beasts within an hour. At that instant, the vice president's voice could be heard. Furthermore, when you start the trial, the entire 36 institutes of the final world will be watching you. If the deities suddenly decide to challenge you, they might notice you too. Yes, Vice President. The experts who were about to take part in the 3 tests of the gods became excited. How glorious would it be for the 36 institutes of the final world to be watching them? Furthermore, if they were lucky enough to be noticed by the deities, it would be an honor for their ancestors. However, don't be too happy yet. The godly beasts that will appear in the God Queen's garden are all martial progenitors. Some of them are even peak martial progenitors. They are the strongest godly beasts below the half-martial god realm. Therefore, you will have to rely on your luck to pass the trial. At that instant, the vice president reminded them. This caused the excited experts of the 3 halls to gradually calm down. The trial begins now. Under the vice dean's command, everyone rushed into the universal void. At the same time, Lin Ling took a step forward and entered the rift. Lin Ling, killing 3 godly beasts within an hour? You won't succeed. You're going to lose. However, someone who passed by Lin Ling said disdainfully. Idiot. Lin Ling shook his head and ignored him as he continued to move forward. While they were exploring the God Queen's garden, the 36 institutes of the final world were watching the battle. Some of the institutes had also activated the 3 tests of the gods and sent their experts into the battlefield. Do you think Lin Ling will succeed? Tianao and the others stared into the rift and said worriedly. If Lin Ling's luck isn't bad, he should be able to succeed. After all, he has defeated an advanced stage martial ancestor. The divine beasts that appear in the God Queen's garden are all at the martial ancestor realm. If Lin Ling encounters an initial stage martial ancestor realm divine beast, he should be able to pass easily. Cailuan licked her red lips and said with great anticipation. Indeed, let's hope that Lin Ling can encounter 3 early stage martial progenitor realm divine beasts. Chu Yun and the others secretly prayed for Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of figures were leaping across the void. However, their every move was being watched. Everyone in the sacred hall could see their movements. Lin Ling followed the crowd and continued to leap forward. At this moment, a huge primeval forest suddenly appeared in front of them. It was colorful and beautiful. Most importantly, this primeval forest was actually swimming towards them. What is this? This, oh my god, this looks like a colorful Qilin flood dragon. Heavens, that's a divine beast representing the late-stage martial progenitor realm. Run! The originally high-spirited experts of the Third Divine Hall were all scared pale at this moment. Although they did not lack late-stage martial progenitor realm experts, a late-stage martial progenitor realm godly beast was much stronger than them. At the end of the day, it was because the bloodline of the divine beasts was purer. Otherwise, they would not have been raised by the gods. Lin Ling, go and stop him. While everyone was panicking, someone shouted at Lin Ling, why should I stop him? Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. These guys were the experts of the Third Divine Hall, so they thought that he had to listen to their orders. How ridiculous! How dare you not listen to me? The person who had spoken earlier was instantly enraged. Although Lin Ling had defeated Dongfang Yirong was not the strongest among the experts of the Third Divine Hall. Therefore, Lin Ling had no right to be arrogant in front of them. Believe it or not, I can eliminate you right now. Lin Ling did not give them any face after seeing their overbearing aura. He did not mind eliminating the person who had spoken before the end of the assessment. However, when everyone heard Lin Ling's words, they became even more furious. Lin Ling, who had just become a member of the Third Divine Hall, was so arrogant that he wanted to eliminate them. However, while they were furious, Lin Ling also looked into the distance and saw that the ancient forest was getting closer and closer. However, the forest did not pay attention to the others. Instead, it locked onto the person who had spoken to Lin Ling in the beginning. It seemed that the divine beasts also had intelligence and could find their own opponents. You are very unlucky. Now, you should think about how to deal with the divine beast. Sensing this, Lin Ling suddenly said casually. How dare you? What do you want to say? Believe it or not, I will eliminate you right now. The person who had reprimanded Lin Ling in the beginning frowned at this moment. However, his voice gradually became softer because with his strength, he naturally felt that something was wrong. He also began to see that the ancient forest in front of him was slowly swimming towards him. What? Why is it targeting me? The person's expression changed drastically. He was fuming with anger because there were so many people here, but the divine beast had targeted him. It was too unfair. Go find him. He is the weakest, so he should be eliminated first. The person could not help but point at Lin Ling and shout as he retreated. However, the huge ancient forest did not pay attention to his words and continued to swim towards him. Moreover, it began to change along the way. Bright flowers and ancient trees separated and gradually turned into a huge flood dragon. This flood dragon was covered in ancient trees from head to toe. It was like an island filled with all kinds of plants. It was extremely magical. This was the rainbow Qilin flood dragon. This was a very beautiful flood dragon. It was said that it had the bloodline of dragons and also the bloodline of divine trees. Seeing the huge flood dragon flying over, everyone scattered. As for the person who had reprimanded Lin Ling in the beginning, he naturally planned to escape. However, no matter where he went, the rainbow Qilin flood dragon chased after him. Looks like it has targeted you. With your strength, you are definitely not its opponent. Therefore, you are also the first person to be eliminated in the Snow Wind Academy. Looking at the person fleeing in all directions, Lin Ling could not help but gloat. Lin Ling, you. The person was depressed and furious. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson but was entangled by the rainbow Qilin flood dragon. In the end, he could only vomit blood in anger. He was obviously not a match for the rainbow Qilin flood dragon. After a series of collisions, he was defeated. Moreover, because he escaped too late, he was finally swallowed by the rainbow Qilin flood dragon. A martial progenitor realm expert with outstanding talent had fallen in the God's Garden, just like that. This was also the first expert to fall in the 3 tests of the God's Garden. The remaining people were all frightened. Although they knew that the test was not easy, they did not expect that one of them would fall so quickly. Unlucky guy. Chapter 35-38. Divine Beast White Tiger. Lin Ling, you're not any better. Just you wait, you'll definitely be eliminated. Yes. That's right, you might even die here. The experts of Shunsan Hall were immediately angered and coldly scolded. Seeing this, Lin Ling also sneered. He had no enmity with the experts of Shunsan Hall. It was these people who ridiculed him from the beginning. Now that he, Lin Ling, retaliated, these people became angry out of shame as if he, Lin Ling, provoked them first. Enough nonsense, be careful, there are divine beasts staring at you. Yes. Shaking his head, Lin Ling lightly said. What? Yes. Run. Yes. Those experts were stunned, one by one, like birds startled by the twang of a bow, then scattered and ran away. Although if they want to pass the assessment, they must defeat 3 divine beasts, but they all want to defeat the weak divine beasts, and not the previous colorful Qilin flood dragon. This kind of divine beast is too powerful. However, after they fled far away, they discovered that the space around them was still quiet. Not to mention divine beasts, there was not even a fly. This made them immediately react. It turned out that they were all deceived by Lin Ling. A group of gutless bandits. Yes. Lin Ling let out a maniacal laugh and walked along the space. I'm so angry. Yes. Lin Ling, you'll die a horrible death. Yes. The experts of Shunsan Hall were so angry that their noses were crooked. As for the sacred hall, everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter because those experts of Shunsan Hall were too trashy. They were actually scared by Lin Ling's words. One must know that Lin Ling was only a sage realm expert. Really as timid as a mouse. With this kind of courage, how can he pass this level? Shame, shame on our Snow Wind Academy. After all, there are 36 academies watching the assessment of God Queen Garden. Fortunately, there is Lin Ling, at least he has greatly raised the prestige of our Snow Wind Academy. All sorts of voices could be heard from time to time. The pale-faced man, Kagura, was so angry that his face darkened. Originally, he'd asked people to stop Lin Ling so that he wouldn't be able to pass this test so easily. But in the end, not only had the people he'd invited failed, they'd even embarrassed themselves. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had made a name for himself in the 36th Academy. One person toying with a group of experts, how awe-inspiring. At this moment, there were indeed many people who were paying attention to this examination. Many people were looking at Lin Ling with astonishment, and were curious as to what kind of person Lin Ling was. As for the students from the 5 academies who had returned from the hidden Fog Island, they recognized Lin Ling and were all shocked. Duan Tianzhan and the others, in particular, were gnashing their teeth in anger. Brother Tianzhan, isn't that Lin Ling from the hidden Fog Island who humiliated Master Qingyun? Why is he taking the Shen San Hall test? Damn it! How could this guy be qualified to take the Shen San Hall test? He will definitely fail. Just looking at him makes me angry. He will definitely fail. The experts who had been humiliated by Lin Ling on the hidden Fog Island were all jealous, and they kept cursing him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling couldn't hear their voices at all. He walked along the universal void and sighed. This place looks like the universal void, but it's actually different. It should be an independent void because I can't see the myriad worlds from here. Maybe this is God's backyard. Then, he thought of the colorful leaf Kylan dragon and couldn't help but be surprised. This was the first time he'd seen such a strange divine beast. However, although that divine beast was beautiful, Lin Ling had a feeling that in terms of talent, it was no match for the realm-devouring beast. Roar! At this moment, the roar of a ferocious tiger came from ahead, followed by a murderous aura. A white tiger that was more than 10 meters long suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling. It was one of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger. Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly. Speaking of which, he had seen the white tiger many times. In the past, the white tiger was unreachable to him. But now, the white tiger was the weakest among the mythological beasts. Unless he met the 4 divine beast ancestors, there were only 4 divine beast ancestors in the entire 9 states. Their strength was comparable to that of God, so it was not easy to meet them. Early stage martial ancestor realm? Then, Lin Ling smiled again. Such a divine beast was really weak to him. Many people saw the divine beast that Lin Ling was facing through the sacred palace. They couldn't help but curse. Lin Ling was too lucky to meet such a weak divine beast. However, at this moment, 2 figures came from afar. They stared at the divine beast white tiger excitedly, as if the divine beast white tiger was already their prey. Their gazes quickly fell on Lin Ling and they said calmly, "Brother, are you trying to steal our prey?" The white tiger was only a divine beast at the initial stage of the martial ancestor realm. Therefore, no one would miss out on such a prey. If they were lucky enough to meet the white tiger 3 times in a row, they would have successfully passed the first stage of the 3 stages. "Brother, you should leave. This white tiger is already ours." The other person narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. It seems that whoever the prey belongs to depends on the divine beast. This white tiger doesn't seem to have chosen you. Furthermore, I saw the white tiger first. According to the rules, this white tiger should belong to me. How dare you? We are speaking to you out of kindness. Who told you to refute us? Are you looking for death? Hearing this, the 2 people were instantly enraged. They looked very similar, as if they were twin brothers. Are you guys going to fight me? However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he spoke slowly. "Brat, don't think that we won't dare to touch you just because someone is watching." The 2 people's voices became gloomy. However, in reality, they did not dare to touch Lin Ling. Although killing was not prohibited in the 3 stages of the gods, no one dared to kill their opponent in front of so many people. This would cause the other deans to be displeased. "Hey, brother, look, that's Hua Qingyun." Suddenly, one of them became excited. "Huh, we met Hua Qingyun. These clouds can block everyone's sight. As long as we kill you in the clouds, no one will know." The other person laughed loudly. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a dead man. As long as Hua Qingyun was there would be no evidence to prove that they had killed Lin Ling. Although everyone knew that it was them, evidence was the most important thing. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. He instantly saw white clouds drifting in their direction. The clouds could block everything, so they should be able to block the sacred hall site. Who are those two people? They seem to be Bing Hua and Xian Jin from Yuanjue Academy. It's them. Huh, great, Lin Ling's prey is going to be snatched away. In the sacred halls of the various academies, many people were stunned at first, then they burst into excited laughter. As for the Wind Snow Academy's sacred hall, many people were cursing. These two people were too despicable. It was obviously Lin Ling who found the prey first, but they actually wanted to snatch it away and even wanted to kill him. Chapter 35-39. Even blind, they're fierce. Hee, it's the brothers Bing Hua and Xian Jin. They were originally experts on the God list, but because they accidentally killed an expert from Zhaoguang Academy, they were expelled from the God list. Now, they want to pass the test and return to the God list. Among the crowd, the white-faced man Kagura seemed to be very familiar with the two brothers. Brother Kagura, are those two brothers very powerful? Someone immediately asked. They're more than powerful, they're simply monsters. One of them obtained the legacy of the 9 Dragons Island's 4 sages, while the other is the successor of the spiritual bone fire sea. How can they not be powerful? The white-faced man said with a faint smile. 9 Dragons Island is an extremely famous ancient force in the eastern border. Someone suddenly exclaimed. One must know that the experts who appeared in the final world were either the strongest experts in the history of the 9 regions or the top experts in the history of the 10,000 worlds. Therefore, they naturally heard of 9 Dragons Island and the spiritual bone fire sea. Those two brothers' hands and feet are not clean, but it's undeniable that they're very strong. The white-faced man Kagura laughed again. At this moment, the billowing white clouds had already engulfed Lin Ling and the other two. This made Siluan and the others anxious. Unfortunately, the two brothers were not students of Snow Wind Academy, so they did not give any face to Snow Wind Academy. Hua Qingyun blocked everything. That means no one will know even if we kill you. Within Hua Qingyun, the two brothers looked at Lin Ling with malicious intent. I know you. You're Lin Ling. Just now, someone secretly transmitted a message to us, telling us to kill a trash like you and reward us handsomely. Of course, if you have a good treasure, we can spare your life. After all, we're here for money. So, hand over the money and kowtow 3 times, and we'll let you go. The two brothers said at the same time. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. These two brothers were late-stage martial ancestors, but their talent was only a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. He could not understand where their confidence came from. However, Lin Ling quickly understood. He, Lin Ling, was famous in Snow Wind Academy, but he was ordinary in the 36th Academy. Naturally, others would not know him. On the other hand, Lin Ling was curious as to who had ordered these two brothers to kill him. Let me ask you a question. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. What? Are you planning to surrender? Tell me, what do you want to ask? The two brothers immediately laughed in a relaxed manner. How many imperial crystals do you have? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Why do you ask? I haven't even asked you this question, but you're asking us instead. Could it be that you want to? Bing Hua frowned and suddenly guessed something. You guessed right. I plan to kill you and take the treasures on your bodies. After all, with Hua Qingyun blocking everything, no one can see anything. Lin Ling nodded, directly admitting it. You're courting death. The two brothers were stunned for a moment. Then, they were enraged. This Lin Ling of the Sage Realm was actually plotting against them. He was courting death. He was definitely courting death. Eye-piercing. One of them shouted, and a mysterious pearl appeared above his head. The pearl emitted a gentle light that enveloped the entire Huaqing Yun. Roar. Almost at the same time, the divine beast White Tiger let out a painful roar. Its eyes turned white as if it had lost its sight. My eye-piercing belongs to one of the 4 sages of the 9 Dragons Island in the western region, Lord Yang Senator. It can destroy people's eyes, even God's eyes. It once harmed one of the 6 great god eyes of Huan Yu, causing him to be blind for the rest of his life. He had great talent but could not use it. Bing Hua, who had activated the pearl, sneered coldly. At the same time, Lin Ling felt his eyes turn white, and then he could not see anything. The eye-piercing orb was indeed terrifying. It could actually destroy a person's eyes without causing any pain or itch. Moreover, Lin Ling discovered that even if he closed his eyes, there was still a white light invading everything in his eyes, causing him to continue to be blinded. It seemed that he had to kill this person. Otherwise, his eyes would not recover for the rest of his life. Without eyes, how can you fight with us? Tachi 7 Thunder Slash. The other person let out a roar and slashed with both hands. In the void, huge full moon scimitars appeared. They were formed by lightning and then slashed towards Lin Ling. My Tachi 7 Thunder Slash comes from the Spirit Bone Fire Sea. Even if you escape to 10,000 worlds, this blade can still chase you. The moment you are locked on by the blade, you have nowhere to run. Moreover, your eyes are blind. Let's see how you dodge. Complacent laughter floated over at the same time. It had to be said that these 2 could become the experts of the 3rd Divine Hall. They were indeed powerful. Who said that fighting must be done with eyes? At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands behind his back. At the same time, a large number of Lin Ling appeared around his body. They were lifelike. Even the surrounding world had changed. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was full of vitality. And this was the illusory god world. What's going on? The 2 brothers were dumbfounded. Although they were not blind, there were Lin Ling everywhere. They could not distinguish the real from the fake, which made them feel as if they were blind. The Tachi 7 Thunder Slash could not distinguish the real Lin Ling from the fake, so they could only slash randomly. At the same time, the real Lin Ling appeared in front of Bing Hua and punched out. You're courting death. Seeing someone approaching, Bing Hua also released his realm essence and punched out. Rumble. When the 2 fists collided, Bing Hua felt a terrifying force coming towards him. It was not a force that a sage should have. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said in horror, "You are not an ordinary sage. Are you stupid? How can an ordinary sage enter the 3 divine tests?" Lin Ling still closed his eyes and shook his head. After saying that, his left hand shook and the dragon bow appeared. He drew the bow and shot randomly. Now that his heavenly dragon bone had reached the 2nd grade and he had used the 8 divine abilities of the dragon clan, the power of the great sun calamity destroying bow had naturally more than doubled. Clang! The 1,000 Buddha greetings broke the countless Tachi 7 Thunder Slash. Xian Jin was shocked. He roared and his hands immediately formed a complicated seal. Great Luai's Devil Suppression. In the sky, a huge Dipper character appeared. It was formed by lightning and was majestic. Moreover, there was 40% of the lightning ancestor's power suppressed within. At the same time, Lin Ling's arrows arrived and continuously attacked the Dipper character, causing the entire space to tremble. Boom! With a loud roar, the arrows melted with the word gang. Lin Ling's figure was faintly discernible as he walked out from the rolling thunderstorm, as if he was bathed in thunder. However, he was safe and sound. The 2 brothers looked at the god of war Lin Ling and were scared silly. What a terrifying defensive power. Moreover, he was so fierce even when he was blind. What if he was not blind? You want to kill me with your little strength? It seems that you have not investigated my strength. Chapter 35-40. The Grim Reaper's Scythe. What are you doing? You can't kill us. One of us is the descendant of the 9 Dragons Island and the other is the descendant of the spiritual Bone Fire Sea. If you kill us, you will be hunted down by these 2 ancient forces. Exclamation point. The 2 brothers' faces changed drastically and they retreated. Idiots? You're really idiots. Who can prove that I killed you in these rolling clouds? Even if I drag your corpses out, there is no evidence to prove that I killed you. You might have died in the mouth of the divine white tiger. Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. His words scared the 2 brothers and they immediately panicked. Don't kill us, please, don't kill us. They begged for mercy. Lin Ling was simply too ferocious. It was as if he was not afraid of any power. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Ling was blind, but he gave off an even more terrifying vibe. I have a lot of royal crystals on me. I can give them to you. Moreover, I know where the divine beast is and it is only at the initial martial ancestor realm. I will tell you and you will let us go. The 2 brothers spoke in panic. They were not as arrogant as they were at the beginning. The whereabouts of the divine beast? Where is it? Lin Ling asked immediately. I will tell you, but you have to promise not to kill us. Bing Hua gritted his teeth and said. He wanted Lin Ling to give them a promise. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. He had encountered such a situation many times since he started learning martial arts. These 2 wanted to control him. They were too naive. If I kill you, the royal crystals on you will belong to me. As for the whereabouts of the divine beast, it would be best if I know, but if I don't, it doesn't matter. I will tell you, I will tell you. It is recorded on this astrolabe. I will give you the astrolabe and you have to let us go. Bing Hua quickly said and handed over an astrolabe. Lin Ling waved his left hand and took the astrolabe. He then used his soul power to explore the astrolabe and found that the astrolabe was like a map. While Lin Ling was investigating the astrolabe, Bing Hua and Xian Jin left carefully. When they got closer to the outside of the clear cloud, they sneered. This time, they had been careless. However, when they left, they would definitely find a way to kill Lin Ling. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a figure appeared before them. It was Lin Ling. A punch that contained the terrifying power of the physical body and the power of the world essence smashed over. Xian Jin's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively activated the eye-piercing bead. However, with a loud bang, the eye-piercing bead was also destroyed by the punch. Moreover, the punch didn't stop there, and like the claws of a ferocious beast, it viciously landed on Xian Jin's head and destroyed his head. Blood splattered everywhere like a broken watermelon. Xian Jin. You Xian Yu. Bing Hua was stunned. He couldn't believe it. I am sorry. Not only did I kill your brother, but I also killed you. Lin Ling lightly shook his head and punched out again, directly breaking Bing Hua's neck. However, Bing Hua did not know what kind of cultivation method Bing Hua practiced, but he actually turned into a small thunder person and broke out of his body. You want to escape? Lin Ling couldn't see, but his soul power was very sharp. He opened his mouth and the dragon chi and the realm-swallowing beast's evil chi came out at the same time. Roar! It was like a monster's roar. It shook the entire clear cloud. The Thunder Man was weak. He couldn't resist the combination of the evil chi and the dragon chi. He was shocked to death. Lin Ling scanned the surroundings with his soul power. He was speechless when he found that the divine beast White Tiger was dead. It was killed by their battle. The powerful divine beast White Tiger was as weak as a kitten in front of them. This eye-piercing bead is really amazing. It left a light in my eyes and it continued to corrode them. However, after the eye-piercing bead was destroyed, the light began to disappear. I think it won't be long before my eyes recover. Lin Ling felt his eyes were warm. He knew that the godly devil body's recovery power was working. Next, he held the white tiger's tail with one hand and the Binghua's body with the other hand. He left the clear cloud step by step. At this moment, the 3 divine tests were still going on. All the holy palaces of the major academies were locked in the void. As for the Wind Snow Academy, of course, they were paying attention to the clear cloud. What a pity, what a pity. Our junior brother Lin Ling, a natural genius, also fell in the God Garden. Alas, as his senior brother, I feel sorry for him. I feel that it is unfair. After a moment of silence, the white-faced man Kagura suddenly said with a sigh. His words seemed to be regretting for Lin Ling, but more importantly, it was filled with schadenfreude. Alas, why bother? If you wait another year, you should be able to pass. Yes, it's a pity that our Wind Snow Academy produced an undefeated legend, but now he has failed. Alas, my heart hurts. The other experts of the 3 divine halls also said. Obviously, they all believed that Lin Ling must have died in the hands of the Binghua brothers. How could Sailuan and the others not hear the sarcasm in their words? They were furious in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the experts of the 3 divine halls did not curse Lin Ling on the surface. Junior brother Lin Ling, alas, what a pity, what a pity. The white-faced man Kagura sneered in his heart and sighed again. But at this time, in the sky above the temple, a figure slowly appeared in the rolling clouds. If it was not Lin Ling, who else could it be? At this time, the white-faced man Kagura wanted to say something, but all the words were forcibly swallowed back into his stomach. The other experts of the 3 divine halls also showed an expression of seeing a ghost. How could Lin Ling still be alive? What about the Binghua brothers? In fact, in addition to them, many people of the 36 divine halls also began to pay attention to Lin Ling. All of them were silent. And in the void, Lin Ling was like a silent death god, walking out step by step. Gradually, the huge white tiger behind him also appeared. Heavens, he killed the divine beast white tiger. How could it be him? Where are the Binghua brothers? Many people cried out in surprise. Just as they were about to say something, their pupils suddenly widened. They saw that in the rolling clouds, Lin Ling was dragging the divine beast white tiger with one hand and dragging the bodies of the Binghua brothers with the other hand, slowly walking out. That appearance was like a death god dragging a death god scythe. At this time, the entire 36 divine halls were shocked. The Binghua brothers were killed by Lin Ling? Everyone's heart was roaring, the scene in front of them was too shocking. As for the Wind Snow Academy's divine halls, the white-faced man Kagura and the others all swallowed their saliva. Their expression was as ugly as it could be. Good, Lin Ling killed a divine beast. He is currently the first one in the Wind Snow Academy to kill a divine beast. There is still a lot of time left, maybe he can pass. Chapter 35-41. Luck is also a part of strength. Lin Ling, good job. I knew he was so handsome, he definitely won't die. The girls from First God Hall and Third God Hall are all shrieking. They can also see that Lin Ling's eyes seem to be blind, but the blind Lin Ling has a cold aura that is extremely attractive. In the void, Lin Ling is moving forward. His soul force is spreading out and he is moving according to the direction of the star compass. Who is that? He actually killed a divine beast. If this goes on, he has a high chance of being the first one to pass. He seems to be a student of Snow Wind Academy. Most importantly, he seems to be in Sage Realm. What, Sage Realm? More and more people are paying attention to Lin Ling. Indeed, Lin Ling's cultivation is too low. If he can pass the 3 trials, he will become the third God Hall's expert with the lowest cultivation in the history of 36 academies. And at this moment, in the void, Lin Ling's footsteps finally came to a stop. Thousands of miles away from him, a tiger-sized god beast appeared. This god beast had tiger-like patterns all over its body, but it was in the form of a bee. And this god beast was flying around a massive flower bud, as if it was collecting honey. Heavens, his luck is too good. This is a violet jade bee. Looking at the divine beast, some people let out a cry of excitement. Violet jade bee is an extremely beautiful bee. It is said that all of them are female and they can produce violet jade royal jelly, which is a great tonic. Most importantly, this violet jade bee's combat strength is very low. It can be said to be the weakest divine beast in martial ancestor realm. This means that as long as Lin Ling kills the violet jade bee, he will have killed 2 divine beasts. Could it be that Lin Ling is really going to pass the trial easily? Within the 36 academies, many people's eyes were red with jealousy. Even many teachers were the same. After all, Lin Ling is not from their academy but he is going to set a record, how can they be willing? In Snow Wind Academy, the vice principal and the others are laughing loudly. They are happy for Lin Ling. Luck is also a part of strength. The vice principal roared. His words stifled the jealousy in the eyes of the experts of the third hall. After all, they had wanted to say that this assessment was too unfair. However, at this moment, Lin Ling didn't know about the commotion in the outside world. His soul force locked onto the purple jade bee, and an enormous amount of boundary essence condensed. He clearly sensed that the purple jade bee was very weak. But for Lin Ling, no matter how weak the opponent was, as long as it was Lin Ling's opponent, Lin Ling would go all out. With a flick of his finger, the boundary essence turned into a shooting star, shooting towards the purple jade bee. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Beside the tiger-sized violet jade bee, a mosquito the size of a palm suddenly flew out. This mosquito was completely blood red, and after it appeared, it actually emitted a ferocious buzzing sound. Its sharp mouth spat out light waves, and it actually blocked Lin Ling's boundary essence attack. What happened? This time, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ling frowned slightly. What? That's the Rahu blood mosquito. Suddenly, someone in the sacred hall let out a terrified cry. Moreover, more and more teachers recognized the divine beast, and all of them were scared pale. Because it was one of the number 1 divine beasts below the demigod realm. This type of blood mosquito was extremely terrifying. In fact, it was also a male purple jade bee. Moreover, this type of mosquito was very large in the beginning, like a small mountain, but as time passed, this type of mosquito kept shrinking. The smaller its size, the stronger its ferocity. The one in front of them was only the size of a fist, and this clearly showed how terrifying it was. If it was the size of a thumb, then it was a demigod divine beast. If it was the size that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, then it was a divine beast comparable to the martial god realm. If such a divine beast charged out of the god-queen garden, then it would be a catastrophe for the human world. The people would be in a terrible situation, and no one would be able to stop it. I thought his luck was pretty good, but now it seems that his luck is very bad. In that case, he has to give up on the purple jade bee, and he spent a lot of time coming to this area. I'm afraid he won't have enough time to kill 2 more divine beasts. Serves him right, now he can only run away. Many people in the various holy temples were shouting in joy. Even some teachers were clapping their hands, looking extremely happy. As for the Wind Snow Academy, the vice principal and the others were cursing in anger. How could Lin Ling's luck be so bad? He had just encountered the weakest purple jade bee, but then he encountered the most terrifying Rahu blood mosquito. Luck is also a part of strength. At this moment, the white-faced man, Kagura, said with a faint smile. His words were undoubtedly filled with ridicule. Lin Ling's luck was too bad to encounter a blood mosquito. This also meant that his strength was very ordinary. When the vice principal heard that, he almost cursed the white-faced man, but when he thought that he was the one who said those words first, he endured it. Right now, he could only hope that Lin Ling would leave the Rahu blood mosquito as soon as possible and by time to hunt other divine beasts. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Lin Ling moved in the air. With a flick of his finger, his boundary essence turned into a meteor and shot out once again. This time, all 36 academies were shocked. Lin Ling actually did not run away and instead wanted to kill the purple jade bee? Crazy. This guy is definitely crazy. A divine beast below the demigod realm, he actually dared to provoke it? Of course, even the Rahu blood mosquito did not expect that a mere human would not run away and instead still want to kill the purple jade bee. Buzz. The Rahu blood mosquito was enraged. Its sharp mouth once again spat out sound waves. These sound waves were extremely terrifying and could easily shatter 10,000 worlds. Lin Ling's boundary essence attack was instantly destroyed without a trace. However, at this moment, a figure also appeared in front of the purple jade bee. Following that, a fist that could destroy heaven and earth also blasted out. It was Lin Ling. It turned out that the previous boundary essence attack was just a bait. The real killing move was Lin Ling. Swoosh! At the same time, the Rahu blood mosquito let out a sharp cry. With a sweep of its wings, it actually blocked in front of the purple jade bee and blocked Lin Ling's punch for it. Rumble! The fist and the wings collided, and the sound was deafening. What surprised Lin Ling was that the fist-sized mosquito's defense was actually so terrifying that it blocked his punch that was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 worlds. One had to know that he had also fused his 5 danshans. Chi! Chi! After the Rahu blood mosquito blocked Lin Ling's punch, it let out a hoarse sound as if it was angry. Its body shone with a bloody light. Then, a sharp mouth like a sword shot towards Lin Ling. Its speed was incomparably fast. Its power was also incomparably terrifying. Sensing this, Lin Ling's expression changed. He unleashed all his speed and frantically retreated. However, the Rahu blood mosquito chased after Lin Ling as if it wanted to kill Lin Ling no matter what. Crazy, this is crazy. A sage provoking the #1 divine beast below the demigod realm. That guy is so crazy that he doesn't want to live anymore. He seems to be blind now, so he doesn't know how terrifying the Rahu blood mosquito is. No wonder he's so crazy. Even if he's blind, he should know how powerful the Rahu blood mosquito is now. He must be regretting it. He must be regretting it. He can't wait to escape from there.